Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the post-lunch session. My name is Madan Kumar, and I'm a grants advisor at IndiaAlliance. I hope you're all set for another interesting afternoon of science talks and discussions. Before we move to the next panel discussion, I just have a small remark to make. We are very pleased to point out that we have tried to keep this meeting as eco-friendly as possible. We have not distributed plastic bottles for water. We have not used plastic sheets for the name tags. The pens that you're using, there are seeds on the tips, which will give rise to beautiful plants. And even the notebooks that you've received, they're made of eco-friendly paper. They're handmade with eco-friendly paper that is a product of textile waste. So it's just a small effort from our side to conserve the environment, and we hope to strengthen this effort in the future meetings as well. So with that remark, I would like to welcome the very accomplished panelists we have with here today. We have Professor Gagandeep Khang, Executive Director, THSTI Faridabad, who is also a member of the IndiaAlliance Strategic Advisory Council. We have Professor Ajit Lalwani, who chairs the Infectious Diseases Division of Imperial College London, and who also chairs the IndiaAlliance CPH Selection Committee. We have Professor K.M. Venkat Narayan from Emory School of Public Health, who is also a distinguished member of the CPH Selection Committee. We have Professor Nikhil Tandon, who heads the Endocrinology Department at AIIMS, New Delhi. He's also served on the IndiaAlliance committees in the past. We have Professor Vinita Bal from IISER Pune, who is a member of the IndiaAlliance Senior Intermediate Fellowship Committee. Last but not the least, we have Dr. Anurag Agarwal, IndiaAlliance Senior Fellow and Director, CSR IGIB, who will be moderating this discussion. So the boundaries between basic and clinical research is one of the many gaps that IndiaAlliance hopes to bridge, and we look forward to this very interesting discussion. Over to you, Anurag.
Thank you very much. And sitting here, I can see why everybody is going like this. I did tell them, with the luminaries we have on stage, they could turn down the lights a little, but I guess they didn't listen. With a very, very pleasant duty already being done for me of introducing this very distinguished panel, let me point out the topic we are talking about is exactly what was being talked about yesterday at Vigyan Bhavan. In the next phase of the next 10 years, or maybe the next 100 years, as we heard earlier this day, of the IndiaAlliance, how do we make impact? How do we convert India's strength now in basic research to impactful things at public level? And to do that, one thing that you will realize on the stage, every single person they mentioned has a medical degree. And the barriers, that's the elephant in the room that you can see right here. So if to break barriers for translation, it can't be one direction only. Physicians doing basic, it has to be people with basic research backgrounds doing work of clinical or even public health importance. So I'm going to ask sometimes audience to participate. The structure will be very simple. We will basically talk about 2-3 major themes. What are the barriers? How can individuals accomplish them? And what kind of training would help break the barriers the fastest? And to start with, I would raise one very important point, that our title says clinical research, but there is a very interesting domain within clinical, which is public health. And to treat all clinical research as public health research is possibly a misnomer. And you see again and again examples of people with basic research training getting out to the community. The community doesn't always care about your degree. And with that, I will invite you to take a go and tell us about how you perceive the differences between clinical and basic research, and how do you see the barriers exist in place, and very specifically, do you think the barriers are more to do with how we perceive ourselves than really in science? So Venkat.
Thank you, and thank you for putting me on the spot with a very difficult question. I mean, primarily, when you think about it, I think the divisions that we have created is one of the mindset, and I think that's something to accept. We often talk about a movement from bench to the bedside or bench to the population, but often things happen in the other direction too. This year's Nobel Prize for Immunotherapy to James Allison, the seeds of that idea started with a clinical observation in 1893 by a physician by name Coley, William Coley, who observed that inflammation around a cancer, certain cancers did not grow, so he tried to create inflammation injecting streptococcus, sold it as a Coley's toxin, and that idea was one example of how a clinical observation 100 years later begins to drive bench research. The belt that is used to be what is known to be endemic for malaria was where the sickle cell trait happened. So the connections, the mechanistic connections for both diseases were explored from that. And in the disease that Nikhil and I treat or look after, type 2 diabetes, we now see a lot of thin people developing type 2 diabetes, particularly in countries like India, opening new hypotheses for mechanisms. So I think that's one thing to remember. Yes, basic sciences takes us to the mechanisms, but clinical and population sciences give you the context and also give you a connection. So the idea really is we do science for curiosity, but we also do, and for understanding, but we also do science for impact on people and on populations. And I think as long as those are the anchors that drive science, both the population and the clinical needs, and the curiosity of science and the need for understanding, and connecting it. And I think this is where we need to think of science more as a kind of a pipeline that connects basic sciences, efficacy trials, effectiveness trials, efficiency of delivery, access and availability and distribution. The world of management, for example, Toyota does not just think of the next generation car, they also think of the next generation market. We need to do the same thing with health.
So, I mean, they say you can't translate what you don't know. So basic research, of course, has to precede applications. You have to invest in it. So Gagan, the next question, the same line. These barriers between the different type of sciences, the mindsets. You're an institution focused on translation. How do you deal with these barriers? I mean, do you perceive they really exist in terms of these being real things, or do you think there are people who like to be in labs, people who like to be in clinics, and people who like to be in the field, and they just invent a whole thing around themselves?
So I think there is, to some extent, people like to do different things. There are people, I remember a graduate from Vellore once telling me that, what I do has absolutely no application whatsoever and will not have an application in my lifetime. And he was very proud of it. That's Anindya Datta. Okay? Isn't quite the case. So I think people need a draw that brings them to everyone wants to be valued for what they do. How you recognize that value varies for different people. For some people, it is in the context, addressing a question that they view as being important. For others, it is the recognition that comes from what we traditionally recognize in academics, which is publications and how well they do and what prizes they get. But I think the advantage that we have working in a country like India is that the context is actually all around us. So drawing people from different fields to focus on problems that are important to us is probably easier than in many other parts of the world. So I think in Indian institutions in particular, and certainly in the last decade or so, this has been something that people have thought about. And you can see evidence of that in the conversations that scientists from different disciplines are having.
That's a wonderful point. I mean, inspiration to solve problems are all around us. And no matter whether your background is a PhD or an MD, this mindset is often found. So Ajit, I'm going to skip past you right now and actually go to Vinita, who has spent a lot of her time as a physician converted, at least in part, to a basic scientist, working in a laboratory, which was mostly basic science. And let's see what you thought were the barriers from that point of view.
Well, barriers was were not very apparent because I had never done work with my own hands. And coming to a biology laboratory, I realized that I'm not just looking over a technician's shoulder and trying to interpret things in the lab, as one would call it. And I actually had to do plating. And I thought, oh God, what am I doing? And I have seen this pattern in subsequently when some of the MBBS students came and joined our labs for doing PhD. They were very, I shouldn't say reticent, but it's a strong word, but they were very reluctant to do anything with their own hands in the lab as if that was below dignity. And I think it is also partly the upbringing that we have, but rather than talking about me and my experience, I thought I would probably bring in another point, that we are talking about basic sciences clinicians, and basic science, in my judgment, also includes social scientists, because they are also scientists. Most of us do not think of them as scientists, but they also are scientists. And especially in the public health context, they are a serious part of all the investigating teams. We do get, especially clinicians know this much better, those who are running clinical trials, that there are so-called social workers, and many of them are MSWs and other people who are actually trained as social workers, as social scientists. So if they can do work which is relevant for the public health, why can't so-called natural science trained basic scientists do it? I think they would be able to do it very easily, at times possibly bypassing the clinicians. I had passed on my clinician's mantle long time ago, so I can very happily say this, I think.
Ajit, coming to you next. You clearly are a person who has transcended these barriers, the interferon gamma releasing assays, the application to global health and to clinical care. So you're a physician who has run a lab from the basic science point of view as well. And probably, as I was discussing with you, you could have made a living as a basic scientist as well. But you've been part of team building and breaking these barriers. We'll talk about the breaking part later, but what were the key barriers that you saw, first of all, in your own system? And since you've been around the world, what are the barriers that you see in India?
It's a good question, and I'd like to just first really thank Venkat and Cherry for what they said, and the way Venkat highlighted the value, the importance of a single clinical observation from 1893. And he was generous enough to point one out that didn't originate from Emory University. And to say that actually the title of this session is a misnomer, because in her very eloquent answer to the question about failure, Sandhya this morning, she said there's no such thing as failure in science, there's only good science. And so similarly, there's no such thing as basic clinical, sociological, or public health research. There's basically good science, and the scientific attitude and mindset. The microphone keeps going off. Wherever you apply it, if you apply it with the appropriate rigor, you'll get to where you need to go. It's a bit like a boat with an engine. If the boat has a good engine, meaning a good scientific, maybe give me both, and at least one of you.
That's problem solving.
If a boat has a good engine, let's say like good scientific method, it can navigate any situation, whether it's a small river, a canal, or a wide open lake. So similarly, I think it's the scientific method that's important and being rigorous. So with that in mind, I would say there aren't scientific barriers between these disciplines. But what there are, and particularly in India, are administrative, institutional, and with a small c, cultural barriers in terms of how institutions and different professions operate. And there, I would say that to answer your question on the personal level where you framed it, in my own experience and my own research and clinical trajectory, it was being able to ask the clinical questions of what a new biomarker or diagnostic tool, what that needs to do, what sort of evidence base you need, what is the unmet clinical need that it would be meeting. All of those were the incentives, if you like. Those were the goals, the objectives for me. And without the clinical training, I wouldn't have had those guiding principles. And I think, without going into the details of what I did, which did go from the lab to the clinic to public health, as you said, I think everyone this morning heard the wonderful talk by Ashok Venkatraman, and you could see when he pointed out how he was a clinician trained in CMC Vellore, and you could see throughout his talk that the next step in the research, not always, but very frequently, was guided by the next clinical question, the unmet need, the clinical observations. Sometimes it was driven by pure science, wanting to just understand the mechanism of the filament, how it's formed and so on, but many times it was clinical questions driving it. So I would say, to cut to the chase, two things. One is that if clinicians can get a chance to do a few years research in a lab, that would be transformative for India. How that's going to happen, I'm not sure yet, because I think the most time-starved population on the planet is the good Indian clinician, because he or she is so much in demand, they just have no time for anything else. So that's one point. And the second is, if there were a better, more intense and regular dialogue between clinicians and basic scientists in India, so that they could each help direct each other's research. You know, I've yet to meet young clinicians in India whose research couldn't be improved by more basic science input, and I've heard many examples of basic scientists whose direction of research, and I'm looking at Sandhya again from her experiences, maybe we'll hear from her later, who's a basic scientist whose research could be better targeted towards unmet need by clinicians.
That is very well stated and sets up Nikhil perfectly. Because you talked about the fact that one of the limiting factors in India is that, you know, you ask yourself, do you know a good clinician who has time? And the usual answer is no. But Nikhil is a very, very well recognized good clinician who, like Ajit, maintains a clinical practice, but unlike the West, does not have the luxury of what we call protected time. So the question I'm going to ask you, Nikhil, before I also try to get the basic perspective on this, is can Indian clinicians doing a clinical job as their primary responsibility run labs?
Okay, I must actually thank Ajit for actually raising two very important issues towards the end of what he spoke. And I think that we are tremendously time-starved because we're not part of a system in the true sense. It's a relative clinical anarchy in which we sort of survive or attempt to survive. And being anarchical as it is, you sort of segue from one activity to the other. In most instances, segue from 4 concurrent activities to another set of 4 concurrent activities. So I'm not really sure if we have an immediate solution for that, but I'll come back to that. But I think more important is the point which he raised about a conversation, right? I've had the good fortune of spending about 3.5 years in a lab, and so which I don't do much with my own hands today, but at least it exposed me to the key issues of and understand what is possible, or at least what was possible when I was more active, and also understand what are the barriers and challenges. Am I expecting too much from a collaborator? Or I'm just saying, oh, this is a problem, go ahead and solve it. It's not going to happen like that. That conversation is very, very critical. So coming back to your specific question, I think it is critical for a clinician to be heavily invested, if not entirely within a lab which they direct, but in a collaborator's lab who is in a regular conversation with the clinician, so that conversation transmits the relevant information from both sides. It's not just doing a bunch of SNPs for the sake of doing a bunch of SNPs, right? I mean, you've got to eventually see where that information is going to go and take you. And it's sometimes very, very important for that conversation to take place because the clinical context has to be right. We're talking of biomedical research, and I still remember there was a committee which I'm not part of anymore, which is the usual case, which is called the Chronic Disease Biology Committee at the DBT, and I reminded the audience that it is not a biology committee. It's a chronic disease biology committee. So do not forget that connection between what you do in your labs and what you're trying to address. There's great joy in what Jerry said, that, you know, doing research for the sake of research, generating knowledge for the sake of knowledge, that gives another sense of thrills. But I think we don't have the luxury of doing that, at least not a large part of the times that we spend. So the way we are today, I'm not sure how much time Ajit spends in clinics anymore. Very little. We don't have that option available, right? I mean, I think when institutions hire us, I think that the back of their mind is that you guys will see patients. Whatever time you can, you know, carve out of that, you go and do whatever else you can. But your number one responsibility is healthcare delivery. And so it becomes incredibly difficult to micromanage or participate in a lab which is exclusively under your direction, because I don't think you can keep yourself up to date with so many different facets of the same thing. You eventually will have to spend time and understand one particular aspect, and if you're doing respiratory disease, to expect you to understand all the new nuances of managing patients and also looking at the physiology and looking at pathology, I think it's a bit much. But clearly having critical collaboration with which there is a regular conversation to identify issues and address ways of trying to solve them. That, for me, is the most critical way ahead in our environment today. I'm sorry to sound pessimistic, but I don't see that's the lowest hanging fruit possible, and we're not even doing that.
No, that's fantastic. Not too many people know that you actually have a PhD, and your PhD in diabetes gave you a huge amount of insight, the work that you did. That's something not...
He was doing clinical stuff and I was doing...
Exactly. So that's a facet of yours, the 3.5 years of training you talked about, that not enough people realize that he's one of the very few endocrinologists of the country whose primary entry was via research. But let me take one line from what you said. You said in the Indian context, with the doctors being extremely busy, not having the time to ask a question for the joy of asking a question, which is sad, by the way, it becomes all the more important for basic scientists to initiate the contact and get things done, if the barriers are to be broken, right? Because I think all of you have said the barriers are primarily in the mind. What Nikhil has said, the barriers are also practical. Some people simply don't have the time to go and ask it. Let's assuming that you break the barriers in the mind, the practical barriers in India will still remain, which means that basic scientists have to initiate much of these breaking. So here I think I'll come to the elephant in the room. How many people sitting in the room right now have a medical degree? And that's a very, very unusually high number for the simple reason we're sitting in the IndiaAlliance program. But even then, the vast majority are people without it. So, Jyotsna, I know it's not fair to pick upon the audience in a panel discussion, but I know you're super sporting and you won't mind. No, you can't. So let me, can we get a mic to Jyotsna? Can we ask you the question from a basic scientist perspective? Because everybody here has access to the medical system. I don't practice anymore, but by virtue of having gone to the same medical school as Nikhil, I have the liberty of approaching him more easily than a basic scientist would. As a basic scientist wanting to make clinical impact, what problems have you faced? And I know that you tried with a CMC Velour in CBS, so really I want to hear the full things from you.
So I won't talk about the CMC Velour and CBS aspect, because that actually is working and that is continuing to work and it's being built upon. And there's a lot of conversations and more than conversations, there's actual collaborative work going on there. I will talk about it more from my perspective as an individual trying to, I work in the area of muscle regeneration. So obviously, since I'm more interested in the basic questions of how stem cells function, etc., it's important to be able to talk to clinicians about not just regenerative or degenerative disease, but also issues of myopathies of many different types. Early in my career, I realized that this was important, and I did reach out and started small collaborations. But frankly, it was as much my fault that the collaborations never progressed to the point where we've had an impact. So, I think basic scientists also, you start out, you set up this set of programs, and then you get sidetracked into particular areas which are, propelling you forward, and you don't necessarily go back to revisit the issues that you decided were important earlier on. But I am now at the sort of fag end of my career, trying to get back to that by having a lot of discussions with clinicians about different types of muscle disease, etc. So there are very strong both cultural and practical barriers in this, and it needs very sustained contact and a lot of forgiveness on both sides.
A lot of forgiveness, I like that word. So please go ahead.
Maybe we could perhaps just invite Sandhya to comment, because she's
Yeah,
awarded by India-Alliance to run
Except I
this
couldn't
new
see Sandhya,
collaboration,
but,
CBA and
right
CMC
there.
Velour.
See, the lights.
And we were chatting just earlier about the basic scientist-clinician interaction.
Fantastic.
Thank you really very much, Ajit, for asking me to comment on this. And, I could talk about this Margdashi Fellowship and what we've been trying to do for an hour or more, but I'm going to be very, very brief. There is one thing that I think is critical to continuation of this interaction, and that is that the research that is undertaken by the basic scientist is clinically driven or clinician-driven. Now, we all in this audience believe that the science we're doing is the most important science that has to be done. But when you go to the clinician presents you with problems which you would not appreciate. And we've started this interaction with CMC Velour. Again, the CMC Velour is everywhere. It looks like the only medical college in India anyway. But we had to face a lot of challenges. We're based in Bangalore, the Indian Institute of Science, and Velour is at least 3 to 4 hour car journey away. However, when you talk to those clinicians in Velour, you see that they are hungry for knowledge. They have with them problems that they have seen over many, many years of dealing with patients. Now, the research that they're excited about is not necessarily what happens in your laboratory, but it's your job to try to adapt what you do to what they bring to you as a problem. There are 3 things that we're doing as part of this collaboration. Number 1, every year we are inviting clinicians from 2 or 3 departments in CMC Velour to come over to the Indian Institute of Science. And we have a 1-day symposium called the IISc CMC Conclave. Lectures are there given by both institute faculty as well as CMC Velour faculty. And then they break out on the 2nd day to have discussions. And coming out of those discussions are collaborations now between electrical engineers and physiologists in the Department of Physiology, with collaborations between mechanical engineers and people in cardiology. We have collaborations between gastroenterology and biology. Next year, we're going to do this with neurobiology and hematology, because we see synergy in the way these 2 problems can relate. Because I'm in the institute, we have this tremendous wealth of engineering faculty. We have physicists, we have chemists in our midst. And so therefore, we're able to bring in this interdisciplinary approach to solving medical problems. So that's one thing that we're doing. The second thing that we're starting is, in contrast to what Vinitha said, we are bringing over 12 MBBS students who are in their 2nd and 3rd year in CMC Velour to come and spend 3 weeks in IISc. And they spend their time in individual laboratories, and they just love it. They love messing around with pipettes and experimental work. They have a great time. And they really go back hugely motivated, and perhaps maybe 1 or 2 of them may consider taking up research as a career. And finally, the third most important aspect of this interaction is trying to develop a very strong MD PhD program. Now, Indian Institute of Science cannot give MD degrees, so the MD requirements are done completely in CMC Vellore. But in the second and third year of the MD program, those students come over to IISc, start dialoguing with faculty in IISc, and try to develop the research problem, which the MD student brings with them from CMC Vellore. And we hope next year that we will have 2 students registering for PhD in IISc. 2 doesn't seem a large number, but it's a beginning. And we certainly hope that this program is really going to be strengthened. And it's been possible only because of the flexible support from the Margdarshi Fellowship. We have to create these meetings, we have to bring students over, take care of them on campus, pay for their stay. All of that's been possible because of the Margdarshi.
That's a fantastic path that we are going, but that brings me to another point. When you create MD PhDs, you're looking at creating transdisciplinary people. So if you want to break these barriers, and this is to the panel again, what do you think is a better way? I mean, to focus energy on building collaborations between people who are experts in different disciplines, or to create transdisciplinary people who are specialized in both disciplines? And clearly the best answer is all of them. But if India has to invest today, and this is more of an India-centric question because we know the MD PhD programs are already well established abroad, what do you think is the way to go? And Nikhil, I'm going to start again this time from your side.
So let me first go back to the point raised by I think even for that conversation, if you've had an adequate research-based orientation, even that conversation, for a clinician who has had no prior significant research exposure, I think their ability to frame that question and contextualize it to the problem they're facing actually is not as good as somebody who's had adequate exposure. Now, I'm going to give you an admin answer, which is what are the career trajectories for somebody in an MD PhD in a country like India? Will their absorption into a training of higher medical education institution be easy, seamless, or will they encounter difficulties? And I'm leaving these questions open, but my concern is that that'll be the next set of barriers if they especially want to continue with both. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I'm not saying it isn't possible, but I'm just flagging another particular problem. I've always maintained, and I've tried to sell it, but clearly failed miserably, that whether you're doing a basic medical specialty, medical surgical specialty, or a subspecialty, you end up doing at least a 3 years. So look at the US. Look at the US. You're part of that system. You have a 3-year post-primary or basic specialty training, right? Now, different specialties in that 3-year period, you can actually lop off a year and a half, sometimes even 2 years for specialties like endocrinology to be purely lab-based. Right? You don't really need all of that 3-year period to indulge in clinical contact. We've not used that 3-year post-MD-MS suitably, especially for medical subspecialties. I can still understand for surgical subspecialties that you may want to pick up certain skills which you didn't pick up in your basic surgical training. But for medical subspecialties, we have just not done that well enough. And I think for me, again, clearly saying that you can have a 3-year post-MD-MS training out of which people can opt for either a 3-year clinical contact, if that's what you want to do, or an accelerated clinical contact with a protected period of research exposure. Easily doable. Most institutions can do it within. They really don't have to go outside their own institution, take permission from various regulatory bodies, and you will then create a larger pool of people who may be interested in pursuing research. Then, of course, you've got to make, because, that's a formal degree accepted by the medical establishment of the country. So you don't have to then overcome a barrier there. Whereas if you're trying an MD PhD, which I'm all for, I am an MD PhD, right? But I encountered, what I encountered, I will not narrate out here because it will dissuade and discourage a lot of people from ever going down that road.
Right. Now, so to summarize your answer, you believe that specialties to talk and the trans people like MD PhDs to emerge from those conversations. But India is still so far low on the ladder. Conversations need to occur first. Venkat, your perspective from the US but for India.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I want to reiterate a very important point that Ajit made, is that it's the scientific mind that we need to develop, the ability to frame the right question, argue the right framework for it, and apply the methodologies. And those are universal to all science. I mean, I was talking to Mukund, who's a trained physicist moving into biology, and there are anthropologists who have moved into nutrition. So I think, but I also believe that that mindset needs to be inculcated very early. I would even say as early as high school or earlier too. You want to create that mindset of intellectual curiosity and the methods to answer questions. I think that mindset has to be created, not just testing, but the mindset to explore. That, okay. And that also needs to then transmit itself into medical education or into undergraduate education of whatever form. And I think once you do that, you are creating a generation of people who are able to ask questions across disciplines, and where convenient, they forge links across disciplines. I think that is very important, that cultural transformation, there's no replacement for that. That has to happen, and I think the places that have done it have gone through that cultural transformation. In terms of what you can do with an MD, PhD, I do believe that a country like India can afford to have MD, PhDs, MD, MPHs, MD law degrees, cross-disciplinary degrees, because I think most of the problems facing health in India are cross-disciplinary problems. And by saying this, I still want to provide space for those who want to remain unidisciplinary and get deep into their methods. We need those people too. But in the larger context, sensitizing the scientific community to understand each other's disciplines, knowing where there is cross-connection, because a lot of creativity occurs in the cross-connections. I think, so I would say, for us, have a broader education that encourages science at all levels, including medical school very early. Like at Emory University, for example, our medical students can take between 4 months to 1 year of discovery time in their 3rd and 4th year. And some of them turn out to be fantastic scientists after that. So processes such as that, and also provide small seed funds to allow such cross-disciplinary pilot investigations to happen. And I think some of it, maybe even if 1 in 10 of them pays off, it pays off big. So I think it's all of this. But you would still have ultimately an elite group that's a MD, PhD group, some who are very basic science oriented, some who are more applied science oriented, but who stay in a conversation. And what kind of institutions you need to promote that conversation is an important one.
I want to pick up on one thread from that. That's the importance of introducing the pleasure and joy of science early in school. So Sherry, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the lots of activities as an organization that have been done to inculcate college students, school students into science, while we also get a microphone to Mukund, who can point out what they are doing in Bangalore to promote science. Because the scientific temper has to come first. That's what you said. Only then will the physicians become curious. Only then will the conversations occur. And then the true potential of MD, PhD emerge. The time to change it is before you enter medical school, from what I understood.
Okay, I'm not going to answer your question, but I will speak to what both Nikhil and Venkat have said. You know, what they're talking about is creating an environment and what stage you create that environment at. I don't, the ideal is to start really early, to allow our children to ask questions early and learn how to address those questions. Now, given our current school system, that doesn't work. Given our current medical school system, that doesn't work. Given our postgraduate training in medicine, that does not work. So where is it that we are going to start within the system, or are we going to start outside of the system? So what Mukund is doing, some of the things that we've tried to do in Vellore or at THSTI, have really been outside of the system. how much can you change outside the system that changes the system itself? That's a really hard ask.
That's a very good point. But we must remember also, I mean, I'm the moderator, not a panelist, so I'm going to skip that at Mukund.
Well, I'm not sure what you had wanted me to say, but you put me on the spot. I don't think getting children excited about science is a difficult thing. I think it comes quite naturally. School system might beat it out of them. But I think that's a fairly easy thing to deal with. And we've even heard about outreach that the Alliance is catalyzing. All of us can do it at a small and local level. In fact, I think the problem is in the other side. It's about personal growth and fulfillment when you're working as a scientist. And when you're a basic scientist, all the reward structures are totally artificial. Now, I'm speaking, the grass is always greener, but when you're actually working on something that makes a difference on the ground, then those are real mechanisms of fulfillment that keep you going from day to day, even when everything is going bad. When it comes to the point of how to get people to think creatively and collaborate, I think it's very hard. I think collaborations are extremely rare. You can maybe set up the opportunities for collaborations, but you have to set up expectations to know that it's probably going to fail. And these repeated collisions that lead to collaborations, how do you set up a system? If you can solve that problem, then you've really hit the jackpot.
So Jeet, on that note, and so I completely agree with you, Shri, by the way, that there are structural problems, and most things we have to do will come from outside the system. The examples you are giving are from IndiaAlliance, which is not within the mainstream system of the country. So is everything that you're doing. But given the very small pool of people we have at that interface, everything is a good thing. So Ajit, coming back to you, I mean, these challenges of difficult collaborations, people colliding, enthusing people, I'm sure are relevant even in the UK. So I mean, how do you deal with it?
I mean, I think in terms of what could be done here to improve the situation, I thought Venkat outlined very nicely areas for future investment. And rather than speak myself, what I'd rather do, with your permission, is there's a fellow, a cardiologist, who our committee funded a few years back now, working in Bombay, and speaking to her just earlier, Banu Dugal. She's had a couple of experiences which I think would be enlightening for us. Just very briefly,
I agree completely.
Banu, if you could just very briefly summarize what we discussed over lunch and your experiences of the obstacles you faced.
So basically, my grant was on intravascular ultrasound. It had a clinical part and it had a basic science part. We were going to find miRNA biomarkers which correlate with the atherosclerotic plaque. So doing the clinical part was easy for me. I could do the imaging part, though there are always certain obstructions from the higher-ups here, because I needed extra cath lab time, which initially my boss wouldn't agree. I needed 1 hour to do a cardiac cath, which I could finish in 5 minutes. So that was the initial hitch in starting the clinical part. The basic science part I learned in the US. My mentor was from Cleveland Clinic, Dr. Prasad. He guided me. I worked in his lab for 6 months, trained myself in all the basic science parts. But the problem is getting the atmosphere here. Like, okay, Dr. Nikhil Tandon is in AIMS. I'm also a product of AIMS, so probably that has kept us alive, the spirit of inquiry alive in us. So and Anurag is also from the same institute. So it's probably the bringing up that has kept the fire alive. But it is very difficult to find collaborations over here. So I had learned everything, but setting up my own lab, because there was no lab in Grant Medical College which would do that kind of work. I spoke to people in TIFR and they were not coming forth. They said, you cannot bring human samples over here. I went to IIT Bombay initially to find a lab which could do the samples and I could work immediately. But they were not willing because they were more interested in cancer research. So the 2 or 3. So I had to set up the lab, which took a lot of time, around 1.5 years. So these are the problems we as clinicians are facing. I mean, everyone does not have that CMC and they have built a collaboration, but that is the problem we are facing.
I'm so glad you said that, because no matter what we say, ultimately we represent only a few elite institutions. Very important thing that Bhanu said, and I think for the audience, the clinicians think they have a hard time finding collaborator, and based on the large number of basic researchers I speak to, they keep pointing out it's very hard to find a clinical collaborator. I think the reality is, in both fields, the number of people who want to do collaborative high quality research is very small, and it's difficult for them to find each other by simple diffusion. So on that, can I ask Vinita to say, how do you think the ecosystem can allow these people to find each other? Without a matrimonial ad.
I haven't given one out, ever.
Touche.
Can I go back
Yeah,
to
yeah.
some of the earlier and then come back
Sure.
to here? We were talking about elite medical colleges. I went to a state medical college called BJ Medical College in Pune, and you are going to hear somebody who also belongs to that college in the next 2 hours or something. That's Dr. Mohan Agashi. I can't see him in this slide, but he's here somewhere. Thank you. But all I'm saying is that we have been talking about CMC, AIMS. Of course, these are great institutions, but people who come from small institutions also on their own can have drive, and if they don't have drive, instilling that drive is much harder because of what Cherry said earlier, that you can't go out of the routine that is set up. There are very many limitations, and that is a problem, which is a large-scale problem. We talk about AIMS and CMC and a few other institutions because we can count them on the fingers of one hand. The rest of us are ordinary medical graduates. So unlike in the elite institute, so it is an important point that we don't want the culture restricted of medical research or clinical research only to elite medical institutions, but also it has to be spread all over. And I think that also we need to look at, and that's why restriction about the time you have and everything is important. The second point which I wanted to talk about earlier, and I think because there are also non-medical people here, it's important that everybody is talking about MD, PhD. In the US, MD is our MBBS. So we should actually be talking about MBBS, PhD, and that is earlier than MD, PhD. So you can imagine that MBBS is 4.5 years plus 1 year, or whatever, 5 odd years. MD also is 3 years, and after that, if anybody wants anybody to do PhD, the time, of course, time you spend in getting something, a degree itself, is a problem, and that's one reason why I think in India MD PhDs are very hard to come by, and MD PhD is in that sense an impractical option. And I keep thinking that what you said, 6 weeks to 10 months or whatever period that you can take off, that should actually be introduced during MBBS, because non-elite medical colleges, at least I know, that they do not talk about requirement of science or research for progression of medical devices or medical treatment and everything of that kind. So research is not discussed, at least in colleges like BJ Medical College in Pune. I'm not calling it a bad college because I think I got very good medical training in it. But there is still this aspect which is certainly lacking, and I think we need to think about how to introduce or expose MBBS students who are doing MBBS to various degrees. The science academies had tried to do something of this kind, but it was a miserable failure because somebody wanted to come to me, but they always have internship to do or this or that to do, and hence they cannot spend time in clinic, in the basic science lab, which is again going back to what you were saying. The third part actually I wanted to make a point is that yes, I dislike many things that the present government says and does. But if we want to talk about nationalism, which is what they are pushing for, that can be one of those, what should I say, driving forces for many youngsters so that they want to do something for the country. This is not the nationalism that is expected by the present government, but I'm giving it a twist. But it can be a driving force, and that would be something that people would like to pursue. And I think that we should try and exploit, because if nationalism is being pushed, maybe even this kind of getting something done on the ground by the medical students along with IIT and other bioengineering kind of students is a great idea. And that is where, again, in the early formative years, possibly people across the discipline can come together.
Missions bigger than the individuals that people join.
Yes, and it has to be a collaborative effort. It cannot be a single effort.
I'll just put a plug-in for IndiaAlliance, another activity. Shinjini knows it well. Developing Indian physician scientists, something the Alliance supports twice a year. 67 physicians have had a chance to come to research institutions and be exposed at least for 4 days to see what all is happening. And I'm going to open it up to the audience, unless anybody wants to add something. Shari? Then we go to the audience.
So I know I was very negative about the system, but I think going back to what we said earlier, one thing people have to remember is that in medicine in India, at the postgraduate level, we have a requirement for people to do a thesis, which means we have built into the system the opportunity for research. Mostly what happens is not even incremental questions, right? Most often it is, how do I get this out of the way, because it is a requirement of the system. It's not really about learning to ask good questions. I think where we need to think about institution rebuilding is to create opportunities to ask better questions. That comes with broader relationships than people just within your field. One of the reasons that you hear about CMC is because at least some departments in CMC, hematology, gastroenterology, the neurosciences have always been departments that have had faculty who were not just clinical. So you had physiologists, pathologists, biochemists, etc., interested in a particular area. So you could move the clinical science forward, but you could also think about answering questions about mechanism. Now, I don't know whether that happened equally in AIIMS, but how do you multiply the number of institutions that do that? And how do you now start thinking about links beyond these elite institutions? Because now we've got science institutions in many more places than we had before. So it's time to think about those links.
Again, two very potentially amenable and simple things in the short run. We have identified two issues here. Number one, the elite institutions, and for that wealth to spread to, or the quality to spread to, lesser institutions. And then about how you seed interdisciplinary research. One potential way might be to create networks of institutions which come from these two axes. And then you incentivize collaboration. So ultimately, if you pour some honey, bees are going to fly into it. I mean, that's the way things happen. So if you did that, suppose you created a network of 10 institutions, which is a mixture of basic science, public health sciences, mixture of elite and less elite, and then you promote that collaboration through some methods, then over time, because essentially that will provide an institutional framework for great collaborations to happen.
Nikhil, you want to say something?
Yep, so let me just make brief comments on 2 or 3 points that you raised. One, this distinction between a type of institution and another type of institution. I think the important thing to understand is what has been really the culture in that institution, what has been the emphasis of the faculty. This business about MD dissertations, we've heard repeatedly, and it's an opportunity lost. There is no question about it. But the issue is, whose responsibility was it to end up with a half-decent MD dissertation, right? To expect the postgraduate to drive that, this is somebody who's not had any prior exposure. It usually is very poor mentorship, right? Let me say it another time. And it's, importantly, it really depends on what has been the ethos of that particular institution. Sometimes even within institutions there will be significant heterogeneity. Cherry raises the issue of 2 or 3 departments having a slightly different approach because of the nature of the faculty within that. So the first issue is to see whether you can bring about a cultural change to say that this is something important. Now, unfortunately, in today's day and age, what is important, you need to show an immediate, tangible, translatable value of what you're doing. If 99%, and I'm going to make a statement which makes me I don't think there's anybody who's got a cardiologist. Say Bhanu will kill me. 99% of the cardiologists actually just want to go out and do cardiac caths, right? I don't see a cardiologist who wants to actually enter into research. So, because they see that's a more attractive career option down the line. You can't expect things like this to grow in isolation. It is a whole chain which is critical. Not merely that you provide an environment and you expect people to do something, but also see where that is going to lead. Ajit took an option of being a clinician scientist. I'm sure there were classmates of his at Oxford who decided at that point in time that they'll be general practitioners or DGHS consultants, right? They had the same opportunity. They had the same mentoring. So it also depends on what your personal preferences are, but also really depends on what are the downstream career opportunities. And that is very critical in our environment to see that what is the advantage for me? And that question which is asked is, what is it in for me in this?
So to rephrase, only a small fraction of the medical community, being primarily professionals, are interested in breaking these barriers. A larger fraction of the research community wants to break the barriers. And as you said, creating missions is one way of getting there. As you said, creating networks is one way of getting there. And of course, a small number of people might get there sheerly because they're interested. But now let's quickly, before we end, get some audience questions in place. Yeah, I'll let the boss do the handing around of the mics, because I can't see you from here. I can see you, Ashok.
Sorry, was it me or someone
No,
else?
that's fine. I can see you. Yeah, go ahead.
I had an observation to make concerning a lot of the very interesting discussion that's gone on. And that is at the heart, in my opinion, of breaking down barriers between basic and clinical science. In fact, in just doing good research, whatever your sphere of activity may be, is learning how to ask a question. And it seems to me that you can get trained in all the methods in the world, write all the dissertations in the world, but if you don't know how to effectively ask a question, it's very difficult to do good basic or translational science. And the second observation that comes as a corollary of that is how you ask a question concerning a particular problem. And a perhaps grossly oversimplified way of illustrating this is the following example. We all know that most people who have cancer die from metastasis. So how does one address this issue as a burning problem? But whereas a basic scientist may ask, how do cells move? A clinician might be prompted to ask, how does cell movement contribute to metastasis? But fundamentally, these are different flavors, if you will, of a very similar problem. And when people come to a recognition of these underlying similarities, that's when effective collaborations flourish. So really, I just wanted to emphasize how important it is to learn how to ask the right question.
I think that cannot be emphasized enough.
We have a question there.
Yeah, yes.
When it comes to breaking the barriers again, we have to understand, as Vinita mentioned, health is not a concurrent list. It's on a state list. So the health economics is very important, what goes where. And so even if the decisions are made by the health and family welfare here, they are not necessarily implemented in the states. And this becomes a major obstacle. And the Directorate of Medical Education and Research, for years together, did not even have a penny reserved for research. So there are some basic factors for a country like this which really have to be looked into at all levels. And the second is only interest and ability. During training itself, undergraduate, you can identify who have basic inclinations and abilities for research and those who are good teachers. So imposing research on every teacher is not necessarily biologically and psychologically good.
We have one question.
Anybody want to respond to that? That's a good point.
There's something I would like to add. I'll just introduce myself. I am an MD from Lady Hardinge. I don't know how elite a medical college is that. What I feel is that the paraclinical branches we have, like the 4, anatomy, physiology, then we have pharmacology, pathology. There's a lot of time the postgraduates have in these branches. So that is something we can always exploit, because these branches do not have emergency duties or 24 hours duties. So they have a lot of time, and they are basically trained in research. So because I did my MD in pharmacology, but there's certain things that medical colleges lack. Like we did not have pipettes or something as basic as a centrifuge. So even in Lady Hardinge, we did not have a centrifuge. The biochemical lab will have for the diagnostic purpose, but for research, we don't have basic equipments. So one thing that the funds are lacking. 2, even though they have a lot of time, the biochemists, physiologists, anatomists, but they do not have the right opportunities. Even community medicine people, they want to do a lot of things, they just don't know. I was lucky enough to get associated with Dr. Anurag. So I will go ahead and do a PhD, but I don't think so many of my colleagues get the same exposure. So when they hear from me, they are very excited. Another thing which again we discussed in this panel discussion is clinicians have a lack of time, which is very true. But again, they want to collaborate. So they don't know how they can help. Many of my friends, what they say is, like I have a friend who's a neurosurgeon. He'll say, I have a lot of samples, a lot of questions, just do the work for me. So I can give you everything, just do the work for me and give my name in the publication. So actually that is what they care about, but I think that's a great opportunity. So I don't know, but the paraclinical branches can be probably roped in.
So we'll take only one more question by Satyajit Mayer after this, but perhaps you can answer this.
Maybe I can respond to that, and I will bring it back to, it's not really, if you look at Nikhil, he does not have time, but he still does stuff that addresses what are truly important questions in diabetes today. So going back to what Ashok said and what I said earlier, incremental anybody can do, and it is almost required of us. The ambition comes from asking bigger, better questions. And that's where you need the conversations across fields. So I'm glad you found Anurag. Send more of your friends this way.
We'll take the last question from Satyajit.
No, it's actually not a question, but a small
comment. Is welcome.
It's a small comment. It's also about how one builds up the interaction with the clinical ecosystem in a city. So, for example, in Bangalore, we've between the NCBS and InSTEM built I think quite an extraordinary collaboration with folks at NIMHANS to build, perhaps for the first time, a very large repository of deep clinically phenotyped neuropsychiatric disorder cohorts, from whom not only the biology but also the clinical implications of this cohort are happening as we speak. But what I wanted to speak to was the effort it took to put this collaboration in place. It's taken, I think, 20 years of conversation with NIMHANS, people that we've known as colleagues, friends, engaging over 20 years to understand how we can collaborate and put together what I think today will be an incredible resource for the whole world. Simply because NIMHANS has been tracking patients that have multiply affected individuals and families, and over 500 families now have signed up to be part of this study. But this doesn't happen overnight, right? It happens by the clinician also believing that what the basic scientist is doing has quality and can bring value to what questions they have. But now that this resource has been built, it should open up the possibilities for many more basic scientists and many others from the clinical community to engage in asking questions around this resource, not only because it's perhaps unique, but it's also been locally generated. Right? So I think, I mean, what you're saying is the conversation is, I think, very important, but, at some point one has to give it time to evolve and also have the right elements of trust that develop alongside the institutions. And 20 years is not a long time, but it's going to take us 20 more years to even begin to address the kind of resources that have been built.
So Deepak will not let you have the last word. So Deepak.
Thanks, Anurag. It's a great discussion, and as we are discussing breaking the barriers, basically empowering physicians to break the barriers and get into basic research, I have a flip side to this, and it is through a program that I am a part of, and that is if medical institutions could encourage young students to take up medically relevant problems. And I am a product of AIMS. I do not have an MBBS degree, but I have a degree which is, unfortunately the program is closed, but it was a Bachelor's of Science honors program in human biology that AIMS started off in 1980. And my good friend Rashna Bhandari here is a product of that. And we both, so it was a great program where, as Professor Gagandeep was just mentioning, some of the great departments of the medical colleges have very strong biochemists, physiologists. After all, medicine is also a science. And there are a lot of basic, problems that one has to address within that, which are of great importance. And I think the pool of scientists produced through this has really taken up to these, taking up these big questions in medicine. So I think, unfortunately, the program is closed, but I do feel that there is a lot of relevance in, bringing about, encouraging basic students to take up medicine, medically relevant research careers, because just as some of the points mentioned, that probably physicians are too, tied up and don't really have the time always to attend to some of this. So this is just a point. But
I think Deepak's point of the human biology program in a medical college would resonate with everybody on this dais. And of course, during Nikhil's tenure, it shut down. So let Nikhil answer that.
So I'm the chap who shut it down. Okay. No. Deepak, I totally agree with what you're saying. It was a great program. Started a year ahead of when I was a medical student. And the tragedy which led to its shutting down was not because we had any doubts about the course, but the fact that in this country, when people in human biology went for a master's admission, in 9 out of 10 universities, they were told, well, we don't recognize a BSc. You're not a BSc in biology or botany or zoology or biochemistry. We don't know what garbage this is. You can't do a master's.
Okay,
so
we heard a not true voice from the periphery,
and I shut
but
it
we'll
down.
take that offline. Let me just now quickly summarize, because I think we're really at the end of our time. It seems from everybody in the dais that India has a tremendous opportunity to do highly medically relevant research. Problems are around us. It seems from what every one of you said, most of the barriers are in the mind. It is and financial opportunity, of course, and so on. But dialogue seems to be critical to get both fields together. And down the line, if we pursue this long enough, as Satyajit said, we will get true transdisciplinary people like MD, PhDs, and so on. With that, I think we'll conclude this panel discussion. And thank you all very much.
Let's thank the panelists again, and Anurag for moderating a very interesting discussion. It was very engaging. I'm sorry we couldn't take more questions. I know Rashna, Abhi, and you, sir, here had questions. I'm hoping you'll find time to take questions offline. We now move to the next talk by Professor Anurag Kurpad, who is IndiaAlliance Margdarshi Fellow at St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. He's public health nutrition expert. He's going to talk to us about his research and his journey so far.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here to listen to me, and congratulations on a very successful 10 years to the India Alliance. I'm from St. John's Medical College, and as a student, I remember St. John's was being built, and we used to see these long rows of laborers carrying loads on their head, and marvel at the way they managed to work on almost no food. And it really led to a series of questions about adaptation and the types of diet one eats. And as it progressed, I have become very interested in protein, and I've realized that for every question one asks and begins to answer, thinking, well, you've got the answer and it's going to change policy, you realize you've barely scratched the surface, and there are 10 more questions that need to be answered. So I'll take you through that, about positioning human nutrition at the crossroads. I do some work in many different nutrients, but you'll find protein is a theme that runs through what I'm talking about. And in India, policy and the feeling of charity and subsidy all come together and converge on cereals. And if you look at pictures of charitable activities or subsidy-based activities or disasters where food is being handed out, you will see large plates of cereals being handed out with almost nothing else. And that came from misunderstanding of nutrient requirements, which I will talk to you in a while. So the drivers of food policy in India as they stand today are based on a history of famine and an almost feeling of embarrassment that we had to import food. And there was a great determination that we would be self-sufficient. And of course, the Green Revolution came along, and at the time, there was a misunderstanding about how much protein one required, and amino acids particularly. And as a result, it was because cereals don't have the best amino acid profiles, but they have protein. It just led to a great deal of enthusiasm for cereals. And of course, at the time, the dwarf wheat variety then was found in Mexico, and then it was brought into India. And there was a technocrat called M.S. Swaminathan who took it forward along with a great minister called Subramaniam. So I think there was a constellation of events that happened to push a lot of cereal production. And the government also then gave farmers so much assistance in terms of irrigation. And very importantly, and as I will tell you the economics of all this, is that they also told the farmers, we will buy whatever you produce. And that's a great incentive. But in the last few years, as I call it the post-Gates world, there has been a great deal of headlines around what is called hidden hunger. And that is not just the overt hunger that you see, that you can see and diagnose. There is a hidden hunger of micronutrient deficiencies, and that led to a lot of technological approaches to put chemicals into foods, particularly into poor quality foods. So cereals, again, you would put these chemicals in, and this is called fortification. And this has become a nostrum, really, for all maladies. It's almost like the government can say, yes, we are fortifying food, and then step away from the problem because it's like problem solved. It's actually not. It has distracted everyone, I think, from the development of an effective food system which seeks to give appropriate quality foods to otherwise poor people. And it has really pushed us to produce empty calories. And this is, I think I've shown this before, but for those of you who haven't seen it, this picture is of India's food production over the last 50, 60 years. And you'll see that there's one crop, food crop, that has been spectacular in its growth. Really, India is only second only to Brazil in producing this so-called food. And I put query marks there because I just wanted to see if any of you could guess what food that was. It is sugarcane. It is pretty much useless food. And what you'll see that there's another blue line just below that here, if you can, yeah. And that is the cereal production. What has become a flat line at the bottom is your production of protein-rich foods like pulses. And the reason, again, for this is policies that were based on, I think, the understanding in these middle years, in the 1980s and 70s, in these years, of what foods were really important, and an understanding now of what foods are important. And it's very hard to change systems that's been set in place. But effectively, you may ask, why is sugarcane such a big success? It's a success because you can get almost 100 tons of sugarcane off 1 acre. So if I were to dish out 1 acre of land to all of you and said, go out and make some money, you'd probably go out and do sugarcane. And the point is that it is also a very powerful system, what we call a cooperative. Sugarcane farmers get together in what's called a cooperative and set up a sugar mill, which then buys it. So the key is procurement. Take your stuff, someone has to buy it from you. And then, of course, these become very powerful cooperatives, and politicians tend to sit on the chair, on the head of all these things. And this kind of a toxic collaboration eventually leads to the biggest success of cooperatives. Having said that, if the government put its mind to it, like it did with the Green Revolution, it can, of course, push the production of highly productive types of cereals, as it did with the dwarf wheat variety. And of course, there's a great deal of subsidy that went into it, a great deal of sucking of water out of the ground with irrigation, and of course, extension work where farmers were helped along the way all the time. Well, milk has now become another very important thing that is growing, again, accompanied by a great sucking sound of milk being sucked out of the villages where it should be actually drunk and taken to the cities where the milk cooperative dairies actually take that milk and do nice things to it, like the ice cream you eat. And it is really not, it is not consumed by the people who need it the most. So when you look at these graphs and you see things going upwards, remember, this is probably going to reach the top 5% of the population, or the 10%. The 75% who really need it are unlikely to see a great deal of that bounty. All right. Oh, I just wanted to show you this slide because it's really, you always ask the question, what drives farmers to do what they do? I'm going to invert a saying and say, to sow what they reap. And you'll see that here's sugarcane right in the middle. It's 71 to 100 tons per acre. And you'll find that you make quite a lot of money out of it at the last column there. And the input costs are high, but if you had the money, in other words, if I gave all of you 1 acre each, but the difference was some of you were rich, some of you were poor, it'll determine what you did with that 1 acre. Now, if you have some money, you'll sow sugarcane, and if you have some pals who'll buy it from you, you'll do sugarcane. All right, but if you didn't have any pals, you were very poor, the lowest input cost is this one, which is for millets, and that's why you'll find most subsistence farmers grow millets because it costs them the least to grow. So eventually, you'll find that most farmers will grow cereals because the government will come and take it off your hands. This is so important. It is most frustrating for a farmer to grow food and then have to throw it by the wayside because some middleman will just not take it. The government has stepped in to some extent and has redressed this equation. So the new set of figures I show there is the new minimum support price that the government has set. And you'll see that they have made it much more healthy for millets and for pulses, but eventually you'll still see that it's good for you to grow rice and wheat. And this is the puzzle that gets me all the time, because, you know, one of the things that I have to work with is, as much as I may, and I'm going to talk to you about how we did some research to change policy, and I was very happy about that, and now very, well, I'm not sad, but I just feel that maybe I shouldn't be so happy. But the thing is that there are very strange mechanisms that set into place with the procurement of food. There is an organization called the WTO, and the WTO objects strenuously to India procuring food from farmers. They consider this to be a subsidy for outputs. And an output subsidy is a no-no for the WTO. They call it an amber box violation, whereas if you were to give input subsidies, that is before the crop is grown, that is a green box thing. So India is always in trouble about this, and India I'll talk you through what the problems are. Right now, what it looks like, because of our policies, it looks like we produce enough cereals for everybody at the rate of almost 400 grams per day. That's a lot of cereals. We are producing more vegetables, mainly tubers and roots. Again, think of that farmer. He needs someone to pick it up off him. He can't grow things that are very perishable, nothing like roots and tubers. And potatoes, onions, these are all the things that they grow. Milk is, of course, going on. Who gets it is another question. Look at where pulses has dropped. And now, with this background, I also want to tell you that really I'm pushing as much as we can to try and tell the government that, fortification is almost, there's a perversity in it that really makes you think you've done your job. But the job is to diversify the foods that are given to people. And what we need to give people is high-quality foods with protein, such as pulses. We need to give them millets that contain iron, calcium, and fiber, animal source foods like milk, eggs, and meats, and of course, fruits and vegetables. And of course, none of this is given. If you think about the charitable subsidy system of India, a public distribution system of India, none of this. No oil neither. And this is what's happening. And if I say millets are good, well, look at what's happening here. Millets, the top two are the wheat and rice. Millets are just going downwards. And of course, when I go and look at what farming is being done, subsistence farmers are changing from millets to corn. Why would they grow corn or maize? Well, because the poultry farmers love it. So it's a much better cash crop for them. So you find that their own food is being changed for something else. There are very deep and difficult things to understand in this. The same thing exists for fruits and vegetables. I've spoken about this. So the demand and supply of pulses is right now, we produce about 17 million tons per year. That's a brown box. And according to the NSSO, we consume 12 tons. But India actually imports an additional 4 tons. So we have about 20 to 21 million tons. It's not clear where it all goes, but all of it does not go into homes. It goes into commercial production of different products as well. And my point is that I think the government should be giving a certain amount of pulses in the public distribution system. It should be putting more pulses into the ICDS. And if it did all these things, I think the government would have to make sure it had 22 million tons of pulses at its disposal to give to people. Now, if the government went out and started procuring pulses, trust me, you would have the WTO down on your neck very, very quickly, because it would be a violation, because they will not allow us to procure pulses for sure. Right now, we're fighting for our lives with cereals, because that itself is an orange box problem, and we've won what's called a peace clause right now, and it's just a mess. If we add pulses to this, it'll become an orange box violation. So to understand these things, we had some money from the Tata Trust, which actually put in money to support the National Institute of Nutrition. And what we did was to help them along this path. And we created a dashboard for people to understand where was food being produced. It's all a dashboard that's now gone live. Where was it being consumed? What nutrients are being consumed, and what are the health outcomes associated. And we have statisticians trying to work on triangulating these data sets, because India doesn't have a single data set that spans all these things. You have to start taking different ones, but they're very large data sets, and they're time series. So it's become a tremendous amount of data that we have now, that is now the NIN, the National Institute of Nutrition, is the custodian of. But the important part of that data that doesn't exist is the distribution networks. And I'll tell you, you may ask me, why am I doing all this? I'll tell you, because I'm now going to step back into the biology of what started me out on this path. And I've really come all this way. So there'll be a bit of a flashback coming your way. So the problem is farmers can give their produce to government. WTO doesn't like it. It can give it to middlemen who love it, and then they fix the prices. And farmers really get nothing out of it. And you've seen how, onions, the price varies, and you just don't know why. And then it goes to retailers. So we're tracking all this now, and that will also be going to the dashboard. So we want to locate human nutrition at the center of all this mess. And the important is supply should be driven by demand. And I'm going to talk about protein, because this is one of the nutrients that I worked really hard on. And step back to when I was saying, what are the protein requirements. So the first thing we did, and I started this in about 1995, and my lab worked very hard on this, and that at the time, protein requirements were defined by a nitrogen balance. What people did was they just fed increasing amounts of an amino acid, measured the nitrogen balance, and found at which point the balance became a neutral balance was the requirement point. Nitrogen balance is really difficult to measure. I mean, if any of you have tried to measure it, getting a person to urinate for 24 hours into a single place is difficult. Urine disappears. So we really struggled with this. Till then, I learned some biochemistry and then figured that along with a collaborator that we could actually do amino acid balance, or what we call the carbon balance method. So I used to be at MIT, and I came back to St. John's, and we worked out at St. John's that we could figure out this equilibrium of nitrogen, not through that messy nitrogen balance technique, but by using stable isotopes of amino acids, with stable isotope labeled amino acids, and then measure the oxidation through the oxidation and trapping of that label in the breath, in 13 carbon coming off the breath. And this we call the amino acid balance method. And we eventually went and did this for almost every amino acid, and a series of 15 papers that eventually resulted in being the primary data for the WHO to change the amino acid and protein requirements. So this was what I thought was mission accomplished. This is it. If WHO says this is what you need, perhaps governments will just fall in line. But it hasn't. In fact, I think it's taken 10 years, and I think it's still just beginning to impact policy. And what was the policy? What it did was, it was a paradigm shift that if the FAO and the WHO and the United Nations University in 1985 felt every food source gave you adequate protein, and that's on that left-hand column over there, everything greater than 100, whether you ate wheat, rice, millets, anything, you had enough protein. That's what drove the Green Revolution. But the new requirements actually now tell you there are only two sources of protein that you can eat and be sure that you're meeting all your essential amino acid requirements, and that's legumes and animal protein. So that was a big deal for us. And, you know, it was with a sense of wonder that I looked at the absolute lack of reaction to this. It just sank, and there was no reaction. But subsequently, we pushed a lot, and we got the FAO to take this up with a greater deal of enthusiasm. And the FAO then also began to ask us, well, you know that these are the sources of protein, but how sure are you they're digested? Because it looks like if you take an animal source protein, which has soft cell walls, it's likely that something that comes from a plant is not likely to be digested. And how do you measure digestion? Now, that's intestinal function at its finest, because your problem is you can't measure digestion by simply taking a stool sample. You have to measure digestion by putting a big tube into the abdominal wall, puncturing the ileum, and then taking a sample of ileal output. It's what moves from the ileum to the colon is storage, and microbial action then begins, but there are no transporters for amino acids in the colonic mucosa. So whatever is generated by those bugs there can't be absorbed. So you really got to figure out what's happening up to the ileum, at the ileal level. And because I was working with isotopes, we came up with another way, which I thought was a very nice way, to measure digestion without putting holes into a person. And that was actually then discussed. The FAO, I got them to come down to Bangalore. They convened a meeting, and we all came up with a plan that was put out in an FAO report, which said, this is the way you should measure protein digestion. And we did that. What we did was effectively, if you can see on the left-hand side, there's a person with a colon. On the right-hand side, that unfortunate person has the colon removed. But what we were trying to do was to replicate that condition. And we did that by doing what we call the dual isotope method, where we intrinsically labeled all the proteins we were interested in and then fed them along with a reference amino acid mixture or something. So what I'm trying to tell you is you take a reference, which is 13 carbon labeled, and you take a deuterium labeled test protein, and they have a certain enrichment ratio of each amino acid. Say that the ratio is 1. You feed it. It gets in, gets absorbed, gets digested, gets absorbed, and then gets hammered by the liver in first-pass metabolism. Now, but because you have a ratio, both the isotopic species of that amino acid would get hammered the same way by the liver and the splanchnic circulation. So effectively, you could then measure that ratio in the venous blood. And because it was a ratio, it nullified all the effects that would happen because of splanchnic uptake. So we actually created this system where we gave where we thought we'll create a deuterium labeled test protein and a 13C reference protein, or an amino acid mixture, as it could be whatever. Our biggest challenge was, how do we create these proteins, because they just weren't available. Collaboration. This is where I went to a friend at the University of Agricultural Sciences. On one of the trips, I think I was coming to meet Jitu anyway. I went and met this person at crop physiology, and he said it would be quite easy to grow in pots like that, and if I could give him heavy water, he could pulse water it such that, and we pulsed it at the time when it was flowering, so the seeds were just being formed. So we did that. We took the crop, and this fellowship, the Mardashi Fellowship, actually has been immensely helpful in this kind of this interdisciplinary work. And eventually we were able to grow all sorts of things: rice, ragi, chickpea, mung bean, you name it. And we did it all at this little site at the University of Agricultural Sciences. And that food could be fed. I have students who have fed it to adults. Initially that was the case, but now we feed it to less than 2-year-old infants, because our biggest question was, what is the food that will help growth in these less than 2-year-old infants? So that's where it is. And then we needed to look at animal source foods, so we got some chickens, laying chickens, and the biggest problem actually was to get our animal ethics committee to consider the chicken as an animal that could be kept in an animal house. For them, the rabbit was the biggest thing they could think of, so I had to demonstrate to them, well, a chicken's like a feathered rabbit. If that's it, then don't worry about it. And they agreed. So we were allowed to keep the chicken in our animal house, and that's the chicken. They actually loved, they grew used to our coming every day and squirting some labeled amino acids down their throats. We got some very nice labeled eggs. And of course, although I wanted to retire those chickens into a free-range heaven where they could live out the rest of the days, our ethics committee said, nothing doing, you will not do that, sacrifice them. Well, we sacrificed them, but then we had labeled meat. So we were able to also measure the digestibility of meat. And now I have a friendly goat, because I'm looking at milk. So we're growing these cowpea and maize, which is deuterium labeled. The goat is a large animal, and finding a place to keep a large animal with ethical approval is very difficult. But there's one place called the National Institute of Animal Physiology and Nutrition in Bangalore, which has happily kept my goat, and that's her. She's lactating. The unhappy person in that is the little, what's a baby goat called? A kid. And of course, the kid is now well fed with cow's milk. But her milk is being taken, then we take it to CFTRI in Mysore, where it is spray-dried, and then we get this innocuous-looking powder, which is labeled milk protein, and we're going to start our experiments on milk. That's our final set. But at the end of it, we've been creating a database for the FAO to use, and in fact, this was, I'm really happy with this headline, which was, it was a novel method. Just like the novel method to measure the requirements, now is a novel method to measure digestibility. And you'll see here the great disappointment the legume people have. Everyone loves pulses, but their digestibility on average is only about 60%. So what you thought you should eat, and you thought, I need so much of pulses for good health, well, you need perhaps double that. But if you look at spirulina, which is an algal protein or egg or meat, it's all pretty good. It's about 90%. I mean, I always tell people, look, don't see pulses, bad digestibility as a bad thing. It just means you should eat more. There's nothing wrong with that. And I often think that human beings have evolved to eat poor foods. We love it. I think our colons love it when you give them things to do. I mean, the ridiculous example is to kind of think, can I take more and more refined things and feed people? And you find you get unhealthy populations, you get fat populations, you get all sorts of colonically disturbed populations. But when we eat foods that we don't digest, the colon loves it, you're happy. Well, a little gas maybe, but in general, you are a happy person. But now that we gave the FAO and we're given the WHO a fair idea of digestibility. We have actually looked at protein intakes now, and what we thought earlier, that there was no protein deficiency, there is some protein deficiency. And especially in areas like the Northeast, which you have never thought, the entire central highlands of India, and then coming down to the south. The belt where a lot of milk is drunk, you'll find has less risk of deficiency. And of course, there's a great deal of this interest around something that interferes with the ability to absorb food, and that's called environmental enteric dysfunction, an extremely frustrating condition to pin down, but I'm trying very hard to do that as well. So we have looked at the digestibility of common complementary foods as well, and one thing we have found, when you actually take those data and put it into data sets that exist, like the National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau, you do find that the quality of food, the protein that's being eaten, does relate in some way to stunting. It's not the entire reason for it, but it does have some amount of relation to it. And the states that are like Kerala and others, which have high amounts of fish and milk, do much better than states like Orissa, where it's mainly cereal-based. Environmental dysfunction also is a problem, and we are looking at some indicators of that, particularly of the dendritic cell activation, where tryptophan is metabolized to kynurenine. And there's a whole host of different markers that we're looking at in these children or in school children. And we do find that that in itself relates to stunting to some extent, but it's hard to pin down the effect of that on digestibility. Nevertheless, oh yes, there's just one last bit, and that was because we had actually dehulled, we took mung bean. Mung bean has a digestibility of 60%, and we dehulled it. And when you dehull it, its digestibility goes up by 10%. So we thought, well, we got rid of anti-proteases, but also some polyphenols. And so we thought, well, if you're going to look at polyphenols, why not look at tea? And if you drink tea with your meals, one of the things it's going to do is destroy iron absorption. But the other thing it does is it does reduce digestibility of all your amino acids by about 15%, and it's consistent across all amino acids. So please don't drink tea with your meal. Drink it in between. And I'm now coming to the end of my thing, and that is, I've been going on and on about, so let me just head back a bit. So far, you think I've been doing things. I've got the WHO. I've given them the primary data to change their requirements. That's good. Now the FAO is going to take what I'm producing, and there's going to be something coming out on the digestibility. So we are beginning to see all this. But now let me take you back to the beginning of where I started all this. It was, yes, you know that you need to feed so much, but how on earth do you get it to people? It's really difficult, because if you expect the government to do it, then the government has to have a mechanism for procuring it, storing it, and so on. And we know that even food storage is very bad. A short story that I can tell you is that DST at one stage approached me to ask, do you think we should do some research, because we are having all these grains rotting in these heaps, and should we do some research to actually find, can we do something to reduce that rotting rate? And I just told them, well, yes, you can, and that is increase the amount of anti-proteases in it. So you can get a grain that will not rot, but you won't digest it either, because it's just, that's what anti-proteases are there for. They're there to reduce your rotting. Have I got about another 2 minutes? Yeah, okay. So that's my problem, that eventually all this work we have done, it's academic. It's gone into these kind of documents of the FAO and the WHO. It's changed things. But eventually to change practice on the ground is one of the most difficult things I can think of. And that's why I've gone into trying to figure out the ways of procurement and the ways middlemen actually work, because that's important. But I have to tell you with a sinking heart that I think I'm failing in all this. And if I go to DBT and say, let's do some research on this, there's not that much enthusiasm for it. But if I say, let's do some research on finding out which brand, which genus of rice has the highest protein, there's a great deal of spark of excitement, and oh yes, let's do that. It's like cereals again. So it's almost like, okay, I'm giving up. I'm happy. Let's try and get some cereals that have high protein. And that's where we are right now. There's a lot of enthusiasm about trying to find a cereal that feels like a dal. It sounds odd, isn't it? A cereal, a rice, I mean, you look at it, there's a certain mouth chew that you like. The more protein you put into that grain, it's going to get gritty and you won't like it. But that's where the research interests are. I also want to tell you about the perversity of putting nutrients into food, chemicals into food. It works like all drugs do. It works in efficacy studies. It works when you actually do a little study of about 200 people, carefully controlled, check everything. But the moment you put it into the messy world of effectiveness and scaling up, as with any clinical treatment, what works in a trial is not necessarily that what works when you just prescribe it and you leave it to the patient to take it. It doesn't. And this is some data that I've just been doing. Remember I told you about that dashboard that I showed you of food intake and food production, blah, blah, blah. Well, we have triangulated those data sets, and then you can begin to look at the intake of iron versus the risk of anemia on the y-axis, and you'll see that you can go on increasing the amount of iron, you hardly touch the risk of anemia in real data. So I often ask, why do all this? Isn't it easier to just give some fruits? Because you can model the giving of fruits along with your food, and you'll find that that slope becomes much steeper. So that's, again, where I'm trying to look at positioning nutrition at the center of policy, but that's to do with iron. I just want to end here with one question to all of you. I'm giving you a rather negative view of the world, but there was one intervention on extremely stunted children. Look, very stunted. They've got a value of -3 for the height for age. That's really low. But they were given an intervention, and they magically, over 2 years, almost became normal. We've never seen this. Any guesses what that intervention was? Yes? Nope. Nope. Well, you'll get some. I'm not saying you won't, but this is stunning, isn't it? -3 to almost 0 in 2 years. Same children, by the way, followed up. Well, here's the reason. It was adoption. These were children who were adopted as very, very malnourished kids and taken to Sweden. And there was a study that was published in Sweden. I'm so sorry, it's very small, but it was published in the Uppsala Journal of Medical Sciences. And it's a cohort of children who were followed. And what's the point I'm trying to make? Not that adoption is the way we should sort our problems, but that I think it's a systemic issue. It's not like you're going to solve this problem by giving protein or giving iron or anything else. I think it's everything together. And that's why I always tell people that there is no magic bullet. People who tell you they have a magic bullet that's going to solve the world's problems are probably wrong, are wrong, definitely. I mean, there's no question that iron fortification has not solved the world's anemia problems. And if I say give protein to kids, give them an egg, give them some milk, yes, it will make it better, but overall, the grinding poverty that exists and the social problems are also very, very important. So I want to end by saying that while we want to position nutrition at the center of policy, I think, we have to understand it's a broader world, and we have to be more optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anurag. The lovely data sets, the useful advice on food habits, and
but
also
not much advice, but more
and then insights. Thank you very much. Can we take just two quick questions?
Thank you for a great talk. My name is Priyaranjan. I work with Amity University, and I jointly work with my friend Raju here. He's head of Amity Institute of Public Health. So, sir, I've been collecting actually data with Musahars in Bihar. This is a very, I should not use the word downtrodden, very poor community. And mostly earlier they used to live in villages where they will, clean up the fields after harvest. And whatever rats are there, they will smoke those rats and eat it up. That's why they're called mushar, means one who can, kill the mouse. And after that, I find that you say that 400 cereals per person possibly. That's an average calculation. What the food availability to them is actually very scarce. Yes. And these guys used to be in villages, very well built because they will do hard work. But in cities, they do rickshaw and all that stuff. their situation is dismal. I mean, they're essentially on the verge of death or extinction, whatever you want to call it. So nutrition is not just how much we are producing. I think another perspective is that how much a person is able to procure that from market, village, harvest, or whatever it is. Because food availability is not proportional to our production. Our production can be very high, still people can be starving. So there is an economic gap here. And I think that possibly, we should look at from both supply and the perspective you gave from supply is great. But I think the demand side and availability to the person possibly will add some more things. Thank you.
I can't agree with you more. What I've given you are national averages. I think the whole problem is at a state level. States decide what they want to do, and eventually a district collector can really decide what he wants to do, or he or she wants to do in these things. So it's a very heterogeneous situation. And I've been trying very hard now to use these findings in improving the take-home rations. And I find that every district does its own thing. And so there's no one-size-fits-all. We have to be very, very careful about that. So thank you for that. I'm glad you pointed out the heterogeneity of India. Yes?
Very nice work. Talking about policy, as you know, food labels have a conspicuous absence of recommended daily allowance for proteins. So people and societies are getting fixated on, they all have memorized the requirements, although they are for 2,000 calories for an average person. Most people are not average. For carbohydrates, for fats, but not for proteins. Can you comment on that? Because you're talking about influencing the system. And there are many people, I would argue, even middle-class people, especially vegetarians, who need to watch that. But they don't know what the number is that they should target. And if it's not there, then they are not going to do it.
Yeah, food labeling is a very difficult topic. It's something that I am involved in at a policy level, mainly for high-fat, sugar, and salt foods, HFSS foods. And I'll tell you, we have a draft policy in place, but there's so much pushback from industry that it's not yet been regularized. It's a draft policy, which means it's nothing yet. But I do want to say that, food labeling is one thing, but if you look at the behavior of millennials, who are the next generation, or the centennials, and this is studies that in Christmas, on the Christmas issue of BMG, there's a paper coming out in which I was a part of, which looked at global patterns of calories in foods, fast foods and restaurant foods. And I would like to ask you what you think a regular North Indian meal with paneer and parathas and some rice and raita and some vegetables, how many calories do you think that would have? Any guess? Wild guess? One meal in a restaurant. 1,300. So the actual portion size, the portion calories in India are huge. A masala dosa is about 1,100 calories. And this was actually measured because we went to the restaurant, took the whole thing, put it in a bag, brought it home, blenderized it, freeze-dried it, and then bomb calorimetered. So, I mean, it was good work. And, those restaurants are going to be unhappy with us, I'm sure. But the point I'm making is that also there's another policy that I'm very much involved with, which is setting the energy requirements of Indians. The policy right now is to feed people according to a heavy activity schedule of 2,200, 2,400 calories. And I've been measuring a lot of this. And I'll tell you, the adaptations to the way we work, or to mechanization, our energy expenditure has actually dropped. Many people are around here, probably you would be on, you'd need to eat about 1,500 to 1,800 calories, and that should do you. And here's your point. You go and eat one meal, as you probably did at the buffet, and think about it, you probably met your entire day's requirements. So I think you're absolutely right. It's not just the labeling of produced food, which are these biscuit packets and snacks. It's the labeling of restaurants' foods. I mean, you have to know what you're eating. It is huge. Yes. Sorry, I hope I've answered your question. It was vague, but that's the best I can do.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry we have to cut short the questions now because we are running behind schedule. Thank you very much, Professor Anurar, again. We're now shifting gears from hunger and nutrition to infectious biology. May I invite Professor Narendra Dikshit of Department of Chemical Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, also Senior Fellow, IndiaAlliance, to give his talk about theoretical and computational approaches to understand infection biology.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Madan, for the kind introduction. It's a great pleasure and a privilege for me to be part of this 10th year celebrations of the India Alliance. I've gained enormously from being a fellow. I'm a computational biologist, so money is not really the most important thing as far as I am concerned. Computational facilities at IISc usually serve my purpose. But it's the flexibility of the funding that the India Alliance grants come with that I value the most. And the other, I think, perhaps the most important thing for me is the hard work that the committee members, the India Alliance staff, and everybody else associated with this funding system puts in to keep in place excellence that I think fills us with a sense of pride when we get selected as fellows and allows us to transmit that pride to the groups that we run. Let me switch gears and tell you about the science that we've been doing. We work on infectious diseases. Today, I'll tell you about two questions that we're after in terms of constructing potential strategies for developing functional cures of HIV infection. So let me introduce what this functional cure is all about, why we should worry about it, by giving a brief background to HIV infection and disease progression. What's shown here is the typical time course of the concentration of viral particles in the blood of an infected individual following infection with HIV. On the x-axis is time. What you find once the infection is caught is that the virus quickly multiplies, rises in number in the blood, but then the immune system kicks in, the virus levels get controlled, but not eliminated. You reach a viral set point, which lasts many years. Eventually, the immune system is severely compromised, and one acquires AIDS. If you have to deal with this infection, you have to treat people. There are treatments available today, and if you, for example, start treatment at some point there, then what you find is that the virus levels very quickly drop, but then they stay low only as long as one is on treatment. You stop treatment and the virus quickly rises back up again. And this happens because right at the start of this infection process, HIV establishes what has become now known as a latently infected reservoir that hides from drugs and from the immune system and gets stochastically and sporadically reignited following the stop of treatment and reestablishes infection. This therefore implies that one has to keep people who are infected with HIV on lifelong treatment. So unlike other infectious diseases, which can get fully cured, you achieve what is called sterilizing cure, that is not possible with HIV. There's only one case, a very famous case at that, where sterilizing cure of HIV has been achieved, as it's claimed to have been achieved. And this is now, I think, arguably among the most famous cases in the medical literature today, called the Berlin patient. This unfortunate individual had HIV, and then, after many years, was diagnosed with leukemia of the cells that HIV targets. This doctor in Germany took this opportunity. He had to give this individual a bone marrow transplant, and he found a donor who had cells that lacked a particular receptor that HIV requires to infect cells. And when this individual was transplanted with those cells, remarkably, miraculously, if I might add, he was cured of both the cancer and of HIV. But this has never been replicated. Many attempts have been made. No second success story has been recorded so far. And therefore, this notion of a sterilizing cure is something that researchers have come to believe is best avoided in favor of what they call functional cure. So functional cure basically means you devise a strategy with which you control the virus at low levels. Don't aim at eliminating the virus, but then see if you can do that without requiring lifelong intervention. If the virus levels are low, then disease progression is delayed, and you hope that people don't transition into AIDS. Why is this even possible, and how you might be able to achieve this? So if one wants to do this, one naturally has to take recourse to stimulating the immune system. And this with HIV is a major challenge because of the enormous diversity of sequences and strains that HIV presents to the immune system. That diversity is illustrated here. I'm not sure if these graphs are visible at the back. This is a phylogenetic tree of all of the influenza strains in the world in 1996. And this is a phylogenetic tree of the HIV strains in one individual 6 years after infection. This is the diversity in one city, and this is in the country of Congo in 97. So you can imagine the diversity is so large that any attempt to use vaccines to stimulate the immune system has to contend with this kind of diversity, is bound to pose very serious threats and suffer challenges because of virus mutation-driven immune escape. So if you have, for example, a vaccine that triggers antibodies against a particular strain of the virus, you'll find very quickly that the virus mutates, and this set of antibodies now cannot target these viral particles, and you have immune escape. So this is the serious challenge. What has come to the rescue of the field is the rare set of individuals that produces what are called as broadly neutralizing antibodies. Now these antibodies, it turns out, target conserved regions on the viral surface, and therefore they can target not only the virus that they were designed initially to target, but also mutants, because these mutants mutate at sites that are other than the ones that are targeted by these broadly neutralizing antibodies. Unfortunately, and then of course, if you have these antibodies in sufficient amounts, you can control the disease. Unfortunately, these broadly neutralizing antibodies are produced extremely rarely. There is a very small percentage of infected individuals that produces them, and those that do produce them quite late in the infection, many years after the infection, and in quantities that are inadequate for them to be able to control the disease by themselves. So the thought then is, are there strategies with which these broadly neutralizing antibodies can be produced more expeditiously and in larger quantities across a larger spectrum of infected individuals? And the other question could be, what if we take these antibodies, synthesize them elsewhere, or engineer B cells to produce them outside and then inject them in infected individuals? Does that work? So both these strategies have been tried. And in the recent years, interesting observations have been made that suggest that this notion of a functional cure potentially can be achieved. So I'll tell you two experiments that were published in the last few years, and then tell you about questions that emerge from those experiments, which we have tried to address. So this is the first experiment. Both these experiments, by the way, were performed at Rockefeller University. This is the first experiment where monkeys, which were infected with an analog of HIV that infects monkeys, were administered these broadly neutralizing antibodies soon after this infection, within 3 days of the infection, and in 3 doses separated by a week. And that's it. There was no other treatment. And these monkeys were followed for about 1,000 days. And here's what happened. This is again the same time course that I showed you earlier. After infection, of course, the virus levels rise. They then come down, partly because of the immune system and partly also because of these antibodies. And then as long as these antibodies were there in the blood of these monkeys, this virus remained below detection limits. After the antibodies were cleared, the virus levels rose, but then they did not stay high subsequently, leading to AIDS. Spontaneous control was established, the viral levels declined, and then after some years went below detection limits. This, it turns out, is not sterilizing cure. The virus is still there, because after many years of establishing this control, the CD8 positive T cells in these monkeys were depleted using some other antibodies. And as soon as that was done, you found a huge spike of the virus, which, when this depletion subsided, was again spontaneously controlled. So the virus is there, it's below detection limits, multiplying continuously, but has been kept spontaneously in check. And this happened in about 10 of the 13 monkeys that were administered this particular treatment. Now the second experiment that I want to talk about is this. This was done on humans infected with HIV. And again here, a single dose of a particular antibody, broadly neutralizing antibody, was administered. And in this case, antibodies from these individuals were drawn before the administration of these broadly neutralizing antibodies and long after these antibodies were cleared from circulation. So at week 0, which is before this experiment was started, and at week 24, when all the administered antibodies were out of circulation. And what was looked at was the neutralizing ability of these antibodies vis-a-vis these antibodies of different strains of HIV. And here's what you find. If this broadly neutralizing antibody was not administered, then there was hardly any change in the ability of these antibodies to neutralize the virus versus these. But in the individuals who were administered this antibody, these antibodies, which now are endogenously produced, because these are not the ones that are the administered ones, had a significantly improved ability to neutralize diverse strains of HIV compared to the antibodies that these individuals had before this intervention. So what you're recognizing now is that this single dose here alters the way in which antibodies are produced in these individuals in a manner that is long-lasting and therefore has the potential to induce this functional cure. So 2 questions followed for us from these observations. First, how is it that these short-term early BNAB therapies bring about long-term viremic control in those monkeys? How is it that this is of course called passive immunization, these passive antibodies influence endogenous antibody production? They're not supposed to do that because it's antigen that is supposed to induce antibody production. So how does this happen? And if we understand this, then are there ways for us to engineer this so that the responses that these interventions elicit can be maximized, and how do we go about doing that? So in the next few minutes, I'll try and answer these questions. So first, let me look at this particular experiment. So our approach has been to construct mathematical descriptions of the underlying infection processes and the moderation or the modulation of these infection processes introduced by these intervention strategies and the outcomes that then get realized, and ask if there are processes that are central to these outcomes that we can unravel or underpin, and see if those can then be modified to maximize the response. So we constructed a mathematical model of HIV infection in the presence of these broadly neutralizing antibodies administered passively. So first, what happens if you did not do this intervention? Here's the typical dynamics of HIV infection. There are virus particles, and there are target cells, which are CD4 positive T cells in our body. These viruses infect these cells and produce infected cells. These infected cells produce many copies of these virus, and this cycle continues. There is, of course, an immune response here. So these infected cells are seen by antigen-presenting cells, and they, in turn, stimulate cytotoxic CD8 positive T cells, which kill these infected cells and suppress the infection. Of course, there is, in our immune system, it turns out, a design principle which says if this process doesn't work very well and the antigen lasts, then this antigen can stimulate or cause the exhaustion of these CD8 positive T cells. So this weakens the immune response. And this design principle, people think, has been evolved to prevent massive tissue damage if this antigen continues to spread despite this kind of an immune response. So this is now the overall architecture that this infection process entails. So what you recognize here is that there are competing forces. These infected cells both stimulate and suppress these effector cells, and these cytotoxic T cells in turn kill these cells. Now, depending on the strength of these interactions, you can find multiple outcomes. So we set down differential equation based models of these infection processes, and what you can show is that this system admits 2 distinct steady states. In one steady state, you have high viremia, weak CTL responses, weak killing, and high CTL exhaustion, which is this arm being dominant over this arm. And there is another steady state where it turns out that this arm dominates this arm, and you find low viremia, strong CTL responses, and low CTL exhaustion levels. It turns out that when you get de novo infection, that invariably you go to this state. Because the virus multiplies quickly, the antigen levels are so high that exhaustion sets in before this activation can have a lasting impact. What do these broadly neutralizing antibodies do? We feel they alter the prevalence or the preference or the access of these different steady states. So antibodies mechanistically do 2 things. they of course get rid of the virus by regular antibody-mediated clearance mechanisms. The other thing is through opsonization and various other processes, they improve antigen presentation. So they lower this level, which reduces this population, and also stimulate activation of these CD8 T cells, and therefore increase the strength of this arm relative to this arm, and therefore make this steady state more accessible than this. In fact, they can drive infection from this steady state to this steady state. So does this really work? So we parameterized this model with the best available parameter estimates and asked if this could capture experimental observations. And I show here fits of this model to data. These symbols are the data sets that I showed you in the first slide of the monkeys that were administered these 3 treatments. This blue line is a fit of this model to this particular data. And you'll find that this kind of a fit is not easy to come by. You can look at the literature. This required some doing, but we managed to get the fits right. So which means that we have a description of the underlying process that is consistent with the data that we have looked at. What do we find here? Indeed, we find that in this particular parameter setting, that you have low viremic steady states. It's not that the virus is completely gone, it's there, it's replicating at this low level steady state. There are strong immune responses and low levels of exhaustion. This is effector responses and this is exhaustion. This is time from the start of this infection process. If now with the same set of parameters, you ran the simulations without these broadly neutralizing antibody treatments, then you would find that the infection goes to this high viremic steady state. Those are the red lines. Weak CTL responses, high levels of exhaustion. Now this, we find, also happens with all of the other monkeys that were given these particular treatments. And in fact, we also find that if you reduce the levels of CTLs or cytotoxic T cells significantly after a control has been established, then you can actually also forego this control, which is also what was seen in one of these monkeys. So what we now have is an understanding of the underlying system that says that there are these 2 states. One of those states is really functional cure. So how do we make sure that that happens all the time? So we now have systemic parameters that one can tweak or look at parameter space that you can span and ask when you can get functional cure and when you can't. So for example, what is shown here is the concentration of the antibodies, and here is the half-lives of these antibodies, and both effectively amount to the strength of the antibody action on the virus. And what you find is that if both are low, then you get progressive disease, whereas if you have high enough presence of these antibodies, then you can induce functional cure. In fact, as an illustration, I show, unfortunately you can't see these graphs very well, but if you are in a situation where you actually suffer from progressive disease, then these antibody treatments that either increase the dosage or increase the half-lives of these antibodies will drive you to functional cure. We can go further. These are, of course, calculations when this treatment was started very early after infection, within a few days, but that need not always be the case because you don't diagnose people that early. So what we can say is that you can also do this with chronic infection. So here is an example of an individual that's chronically infected. If you put them on antiretroviral treatment, like I said earlier, the control lasts as long as the treatments last, but then as soon as you end treatments, you lose this control. And this happens because antiretroviral therapy, although it brings the viral levels down, it doesn't stimulate the immune response like antibodies do. But then now you can supplement this with a short course of broadly neutralizing antibodies. By the time antiretroviral treatment has worked, it has reversed the exhaustion of these effector cells. And now, with a little bit of a stimulation using broadly neutralizing antibodies, you can induce functional cure. Whether, of course, all of this will play out in the clinic remains to be seen, but we feel that we have a way of thinking about this functional cure that allows engineering of these treatment strategies to maximize the chances that such cure is achieved. So I'll skip this summary and go to the second part of my talk, where I'll talk about how these antibodies can engineer the production of endogenous antibodies. So for this, we've got to look at the processes that are involved in the production of these antibodies in the body. It turns out antibodies are produced in the germinal centers that are temporary structures that get assembled following an infection in secondary lymphoid organs. And here, B cells that produce antibodies that target antigen tightly get selected and evolved. So this is a cartoon of the architecture of one such germinal center. It's divided into what is called as a light zone and a dark zone. In the light zone, you have follicular dendritic cells on the surfaces of which are presented antigen that gets sampled by B cells through their B cell receptors. Now this sampling happens in this way. So along the way, I'll tell you about simulations that we did. So these are actually simulations of this particular germinal center reaction that talks about the production of B cells that have high affinities with which they can recognize antigen and therefore produce suitable antibodies. Now this recognition here, or sampling, is shown here in an expanded view. This is the follicular dendritic cell surface, on the surface of which are mounted this antigen, which is an orange dot here. It's actually represented in our simulations as a bit string. It's a peptide fragment, perhaps. Could be larger antigens as well, but for the time being, we consider single peptides. Now this antibody has complexed with this antigen and is being presented here on this FDC surface. Here is a B cell on the surface of which are B cell receptors, and these now have to bind this particular antigen and pull it off of this particular antibody. So now the ability of this B cell to pull this antigen off depends on how tightly this B cell receptor binds this antigen vis-a-vis how tightly this antibody binds this antigen. So we now allow this pulling to happen through Monte Carlo moves. You have affinities that we attribute to these interactions that is based on how close these receptors, which are also represented as bit strings, are to the antigen. So the greater the number of filled circles here, the more the match you have between this antibody sequence and this antigen, and so on. So in this particular case, for example, this B cell receptor binds more tightly to this antigen than this particular antibody, and therefore it's likely to succeed in pulling this antigen off. And when this happens, this B cell gets stimulated. It then goes within the light zone to what is called as a T follicular helper cell for help. Now this T follicular helper cell, help, is of the following kind. It turns out this T follicular helper cell forms synapses with many such B cells. Time's up. Okay, I'm running out of time. It samples multiple B cells at the same time and stimulates that B cell that turns out to have more antigen acquired than others, relatively. And so we implement this process. After this, these B cells, if they're selected, go out of the germinal center and become plasma cells, which produce antibodies. Some of them become memory cells. 90% of them cycle back to the dark zone, where they mutate and proliferate, which changes the B cell receptor. And these mutated B cells enter the light zone again and are subjected all over again to the same selection process. And in this way, what you recognize is that antibodies that are more and more tightly binding to the particular antigen get produced. So what happens when you administer passive antibodies? Now these passive antibodies, it turns out, circulate into this germinal center, and there they influence this particular selection process. So in the interest of time, I'll cut this long story short and say the following. Now if you have these passive antibodies, they can steal this antigen from the follicular dendritic cell and in turn present this antigen themselves. Now if this passive antibody binds this antigen more tightly than endogenous antibodies, then B cells have to work much harder to pull this particular antigen off. So you increase the selection stringency for these B cells inside these germinal centers, and therefore you have now B cells that can recognize this antigen much more tightly, being favored over the situation where you did not have these passive antibodies. So this is how these passive antibodies engineer the germinal center reaction. So what I'll do is, in the interest of time, keep this story short and mention that this process actually explains for us many of the observations, including the one that I showed at the start of my talk, where you have now a quality-quantity trade-off. If you administer passive antibodies that are hugely tightly binding to the particular antigen that you're targeting, then you select B cells that are even more tightly binding than these passive antibodies, but then those B cells are very few in number, so you produce very few B cells. If you use passive antibodies that are weakly binding, then you select a lot of B cells, but then they may not necessarily all be significantly tightly binding to those particular antigen molecules. And this quality-quantity trade-off has been observed experimentally and restricts what one can do to engineer the germinal center reaction using these passive antibody strategies. So we figured out how to engineer this, keeping this quality-quantity trade-off in mind, described many other experiments, which I will skip in the interest of time, but tell you that we have now a framework of how these passive antibodies can alter the germinal center output, and we can therefore use the antibodies of differing affinities in suitable sequences so that the germinal center reaction is orchestrated in a manner that the responses are maximized. So we, for example, in this case, looked at 3 different passive antibodies with low, intermediate, and high affinities for a particular antigen, and asked what sequence of administration of these antibodies, if 3 doses were allowed, would yield the maximum germinal center response in terms of a weighted antibody output. And we performed those simulations comprehensively and with all possible 27, let's say, combinations. And what you find is that the best combination depends on the amount of antigen that is available inside the germinal centers for this selection process. Now, this is linked to the antigen load in infected individuals. With HIV infection, antigen loads can vary over 4 orders of magnitudes across individuals. So what this tells you is that the optimal strategy can be tailored, and there is a reason for us to fine-tune these treatment strategies based on measurable markers such as the antigen load, and therefore increase the chances that lasting modifications to the humoral responses that bring about better control of this infection be achieved. So I'll end here. Again, thank the students who have done all of this work. And once again, thank the India Alliance for being so wonderful. 10 years is lovely, and I hope, like somebody said in the morning, that they live up to being 100. And I hope to be around all the way through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Narendra. Do we have questions?
Hi, Narendra. Great talk.
Thanks.
So regarding your first part on broadly neutralizing antibodies, have you looked into those mechanisms, what you are saying, T-cell exhaustion and all? Are they at play in long-term non-progressors versus active people who are not able to control infection for longer duration? Did you look into literature and try to see is there any correlation?
Yes, that's a great question. Long-term non-progressors have multiple mechanisms at play. One is that they have thymic selection that favors the selection of cross-reactive CD8 positive T cells. So they have a T cell response that can target diverse viral strains, which lowers the viral level in terms of keeping the virus under, I don't know whether it's all below detection, but you can have low levels of virus. When you have low levels of virus, T cell exhaustion is known to be reduced. So they do have an upregulated or less exhausted T cell responses. But because they have thymic selection that favors cross-reactive T cells, they are more prone to autoimmune disorders. So there's a slightly more complicated answer to that question.
Jeetu.
Narendra, great talk.
Thanks.
So where do you think the viral load is in the case when patients are under ART? The viral load is in, it's in T cells, or is it hidden somewhere in other kinds of immune cells?
Yeah, so you're talking of where the reservoir is of cells.
Yeah.
So people have...
Or does it matter for your...
yeah, so in this case, it's not as important as in other cases, but it's a point that's well taken. Because in this particular case, one finds that there is some amount of viral replication that is still on. The virus is there below detection, but it's not completely absent like what happens when you have successful antiretroviral treatment. In which case you have only the reservoir left. Now this reservoir, people have tried to isolate it. They find that it's there in all sorts of lymphoid tissues. These are CD4 positive T cells that have become latently infected. They are thought to be resting CD4 positive T cells, but then there is now more recent evidence that suggests that the virus has an active program that induces latency in infected cells, as an evolutionary bet hedging strategy to pass mucosal barriers. But the reservoir is all over. The exact size and location of the reservoirs is not fully established.
My question is, hi.
Hi.
My question is about this CD4 T cells which are harboring the viral particle during latency. So did you ever try to look and see whether the CD4 cells do convert into the Tregs and support the viral replication road, rendering the immunotherapy refractory?
So whether these resting CD4 positive T cells convert to Tregs?
Yes. Yes.
No, I have not looked at that. I'm not sure if there's any evidence of that kind either, because for any sort of activation to set in of these cells, now Tregs also are activated in some sense. You'd find the virus replication program kicks in if those cells get activated. And once that happens, this virus is cytopathic. So you then kill the cells often that have active replicating virus. So to have a cell activated but not have integrated proviruses replicate, I'm not sure something
actually, that there are a couple of possibilities. One is that the CD4 T cells which are infected with the virus undergo the AICD and get dies out. The second possibility is that they potentially could convert into the Tregs which suppress the effector T cell response. So there's a definite issue of the ratio.
Yes. So Tregs are known to be invoked every time you have chronic infections. Whether those are all whether latently infected cells are doing that. Yes, I'm not sure.
With that, please join me in thanking Narendra again. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. Let's now break for coffee and tea. And I know I'm being overambitious, but try to get back by 5 o'clock. Thank you. a change in format of the sessions. From lectures and panel discussions, we are now moving to conversations. The first conversation is on open access, open research, the future of knowledge. May I request Dr. Garima Singh, Grants Advisor, IndiaAlliance, to have the pleasure of introducing and engaging in conversation with Dr. Subbaiah Arunachalam.
Light, oh boy. Light is so powerful. Yeah, anyway, no problem. So powerful.
It is too powerful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madan. As we celebrate 10 years of building excellence in research at IndiaAlliance, it is important that we also discuss future of knowledge, which really lies in sharing knowledge openly. And this is what we are going to do today with our session with Dr. Arunachalam. His full name is Professor Subbaiah Arunachalam. He is at DST Center of Policy Research at IISc. And he's been on several editorial boards. He started as a chemist, and then his passion moved into information science, where he did a lot of research using scientometrics to inform policy on how we do science. So I would like to start with asking, you have spent like 15 years advocating for open access, and much of your work has informed policy on our open access policies with DST and DBT. So please tell us more about some history with our discussion this morning that we, yeah.
Open access started with a man called Stephen Harnard in recent times. Stephen Harnard wrote a short note.
It's working.
Short note called Scholarly Skywriting, which was picked up by a man called Eugene Garfield, who was publishing what was called current contents. In those days, many scientists around the world did not have access to many journals. They would rather look at what is called current contents, where Dr. Garfield provided the contents pages of journals and the addresses of authors of those articles. And people will write to authors for reprints and so on. So this article of Harnard became quite famous, and later on, somewhere in the early 2000s, a number of people met at Budapest and decided to make things open in science and scholarship. And they had thought about two ways of making scientific articles open. One was what was called through self-archiving. That is, an author, when he writes a paper, will place it in an archive which is available to anybody who has access to the net. The other is for the author to publish in a journal which is available in the open for anybody without subscription to read. So the first was called green open access, and the second was called gold open access. But as early as 1991, a person called Paul Ginsparg was working in the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, set up what is called archive to gather all the papers before they were published in physics, mostly in the area of what was then called particle physics and what is now called high energy physics and condensed matter physics, mathematical physics, and so on. And later on, they added mathematical biology, econometrics, economics, and so on. So that became even more famous in the sense, currently they have more than 1.4 million preprints in that archive. And I think every physicist in the world looks at it every morning. The first thing they do in the morning is to look at archive and look at the papers of their interest and comment on it. Open peer review, it's called. So this is how this movement started. When later on, it picked up momentum, and others joined. After the Budapest movement, others joined. I will come to it a little later.
Yeah, so now that we are into open science for like 20 years, and India being such a small research ecosystem as compared to the global north maybe, how is it that we have not yet really jumped into making all knowledge accessible?
First of all, India is not really a small system. In fact, in the number of papers that we publish in reviewed and indexed journals, we are third in the world. China stands first, and with 1/4 of the world's papers being published by China, that is mainland China, not including Hong Kong and Taiwan and so on. And USA comes with 17%, and India is a distant third with around 7%. So we are the number 3 in the world in terms of number of papers published. So we are not a small system. Maybe we are not well recognized in the sense our papers are not well cited, as well cited as the US or the Western papers. Okay. Your question is about why, despite the fact that we have such a large scientific system, we are not yet making a big wave in open access. Yeah. To be frank, you are all the reasons, all of you here. So you don't care to place your papers openly accessible. So this is the problem, inertness of the scientists. The scientific community in this country is not really keen to make their work known to others. Second, our institutions, the directors, the government secretaries, and the chairman of the University Grants Commission, and so on, they are not really keen to enforce open access to India's science. See, we do have policy, for example. The DBT, the DST, CSIR, they all have policies for open access. But what is the use of having a policy unless you enforce the policy? Take, for instance, the Wellcome Trust in the UK and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They are latecomers to open access. They didn't begin with open access. But they have made it compulsory for those who receive funding from them to make the papers open. And as recently as about a week or 10 days ago, these two foundations announced that if you receive funding and we don't make it open, then they will have the right to stop you from applying for further grants, or even in the extreme cases, stop the ongoing grant. So there are clear policies of that kind. Unless we do have such policies, unless we do implement it with seriousness, this would never happen. So now, for example, DST and DBT have 32 institutions under them, 12 under one and 20 under the other. All of them were requested or mandated to set up repositories of their own a few years ago. In fact, I was on the committee which recommended this policy along with Shahid and a few others. And it was accepted by the secretaries of DBT and DST, and just a few months before that by CSIR as well. And that is a central repository which harvests all the institutional repositories located in Pune, called URDIP. These 3 repositories are called CSIR Central, DBT Central, and DST Central. Now, under the DBT, out of the 20 institutions, all put together, only a few of them are depositing papers. Only one of them have deposited about 800 papers. All the others are very nearly blank or a few hundred papers. So this is no way of implementing a policy. So this is the problem. The problem lies with the scientists themselves and the funding bodies. If these two people are willing to do things, it can happen. There's no need for breast beating. Why are you not doing? It's such a simple thing. Who prevents you from doing? Your hands are not tied. Go ahead and do. All the physicists are doing. Every physicist sends his paper to archive. What is our problem? Why can't others do? This is my question.
Yes. it's a very valid point that you have made. I would also like to know from you, what can be the role of host institutions like Indian Institute of Science or other universities to probably set up more robust mechanisms like repositories where people can easily put their publications in?
Okay, Indian Institute of Science cannot set a policy for everybody. They can have a policy for themselves. They do have a repository of their own, set up by a small group some 10, 15 years ago, and that repository is reasonably well managed by a couple of people. Currently, they have more than 47,000 papers published in the last 10, 15 years. All of them are in the repository, and there is a problem with this open access to repositories, especially for institutions like Indian Institute of Science, where the scientists publish, for whatever reason, I will not go into that, in journals published by many commercial publishers and leading society publishers like the American Chemical Society. These publishers, commercial as well as societies, have an embargo policy, which means if you publish a paper in one of their journals, you can't make it openly accessible to everybody immediately, and you have to wait for anywhere between 6 months to 2 years or whatever. So to overcome this difficulty, the Institute of Science has a thing called open access button. So this is an invention of Dr. Harnott, about whom I talked in the beginning. So if someone receiving intimation of this repository and has a chance to look at one of the papers there, what we call the metadata, the title, author name, journal name, etc., he can click that button. Immediately, a notice will be generated at the Indian Institute of Science library. So one of the assistants in the library will look at it and gather a paper, a copy of that paper, which is legally possible to be sent to the person who requested it, without any violation of the copyright law. Of course, there are other things like Sci-Hub. Many of you must have heard or even used. There's a girl in Kazakhstan called Alexandra Elbakian, who is making the entire world's scientific literature easily accessible to anybody who wants it. But there are problems of law. And we will not go into that in an official meeting like this. That is for private conversation, not here. Okay? But this is entirely legal. What Institute of Science does is entirely legal, and they are making it available. And on a day, they receive close to 20, 25 requests for that through the button. So I think it is possible for every institute to do that. So there's no need for feeling that we are not able to do that. So your concern was, unlike other countries, we are not able to do that. I can assure you, if we make policies like what the Wellcome Trust and the Bill and Melinda Gates have done today, within a month I can show you results. Yeah.
So what really is stopping us from going there?
You're asking me, the wrong person. Ask them. Ask
okay,
all
we
of
will
these
take
people.
that in the end.
Ask all of them. Ask our secretaries to the Government of India. Ask the directors of institutions. They have to do that, you know. Now, I have a request for all of you. Will you go back home and start doing it immediately? See, there's no point waiting for a good day or an auspicious vacation. These are things not done incrementally. This is a thing you have to do immediately, surgically. I mean, you can't wait for these things to happen. So right away, make all your papers openly accessible, right away. Persuade your directors or heads of your institutions to set up a repository with the help of your librarians. I mean, what you should do is to have a good conversation between the researchers and the librarians. So don't neglect your librarians. They're very knowledgeable people. They are not like the old day librarians. They are not there to just to store books in shelves. They know a lot about computing. They know a lot about information access and so on. So take advantage of that knowledge and request them to set up these repositories for you. That is what we did at the Institute of Science. They set it up. In fact, we didn't request them. They did it on their own and came to us. So, I mean, this is possible. Please do that.
Could we go into a little bit of benefits of open access in terms of visibility?
Yeah.
Like as Indian researchers, we do not publish a lot more in Indian journals. And also, how can open access improve our visibility?
No, you're conflating two issues. Indian researchers publishing in our own journals is a separate issue. And I'm not very keen that we should publish only in our own journals. There are not enough good journals for all of us to publish, first of all. Okay, that is one. The second is, to make it widely known, so we should be ready to do things which are necessary for papers to be widely known. Now, what is happening is, we publish in journals around the world, and we pay often what is called article publishing charges, which means the journal publisher gets money from the author or the author's institution, a fee for publishing the article, and then sells that very same journal through a subscription charge, which he collects from the library. So for the same content, he charges twice, which we call double dipping, okay? Which is unfair. And this practice is now quite prevalent, and leading publishers are indulging in this. So there are two kinds of journals in the open access. One is the gold open access, which is all papers in the journal are open access. Like, for example, PLOS, the Public Library of Science Journals, the entire journal is open access. And the others are called hybrid open access journals. Commercial publishers publish commercial journals, and some articles are open access, for which you have to pay. Others are non-open access, for which you don't have to pay. All I am saying is, if you want to publish in those journals, don't pay publishing charges. Pay. You just publish and wait for whatever number of months, and then make it available. Or you place the same paper, the version that is allowed to be placed in a repository. All the publisher says is, you cannot place the published version, or what is called the version of record, in your repository. But you can publish the final author's version after the referees have seen and approved. That kind of version you can place in your repository. And that is the version you can send to anybody through publishers, through request button. So, I mean, all the facilities are there now, right now, to make knowledge freely accessible to anybody, anywhere, anytime. So without any delay. So it is only for us to take advantage of this.
And would you like to comment on how this can also improve? How can we work on our scientometrics, like all the APIs that are around by UGC?
Scientometrics gives you this API, for those of you who may not be familiar, especially our guest from England. It is for the evaluation of university faculty, brought about by the University Grants Commission. They have some scoring system for each paper, this many marks, for number of citations, this many marks, for the number of conferences you organize, this many marks, and so on. And they add up, and then they give you a value. This they call API. So now what happens is, because they want you to write more papers and attend more conferences and host more conferences and so on, a number of people start writing what I may call poor quality papers, attend very poor quality conferences, just for the number, without any quality concern. And this only waters down the overall quality of research, and for nobody's good. So this entire system smacks of ridiculousness, I should say. So we should abandon this API system. That's the best solution. We should not use that at all. Now, for evaluation, we should have certain standards. Okay. Then, for example, a few years ago, number of researchers and editors met somewhere in California and came up with what is called DORA. So that is for research assessment, they came up with a system. But in that system, I believe they have thrown the baby with the bathwater. They say you shouldn't use impact factor in any case. Well, impact factor has problems if you use for one individual or one paper and so on. But if you want to compare a large institution or a country as a whole and so on, it has tremendous value. For example, the US National Science Foundation and National Science Board, they have been producing what is called science and engineering indicators right from 1972, and it appears every 2 years. And they use the publication indicators, citation indicators, etc. And one whole chapter is devoted to that. Out of the 6 or 7 chapters, one chapter is devoted to this scientometric kind of studies. Then the European Union found it useful. They also produced science and engineering indicators for 2 years, but later on they stopped. OECD brings out a large number of STI indicators table year after year. And there are agencies such as Science Metrics in Ottawa, which are commissioned by European Commission or European Union to produce such reports. So all these institutions and nations do make use of this data. So there's no reason why we shouldn't use them in our country to our benefit. But all I can say is, if they have problems, as they really do, we should only make sure that we avoid those problems, we sidestep those problems, and we take what is good and leave what is not good. That's the way to proceed further. So API, in my opinion, is utterly useless, and it should be dispensed with right today. They shouldn't even wait for a day.
Thank you, Professor Arunachalam. Now I would like to open the session for any questions that anybody might have. We have some time for questions. This one.
While the mic reaches the audience, I just wanted to make a remark that for those of you who are not aware, that IndiaAlliance has an open access policy, and as per the policy, any IndiaAlliance funded work which has been accepted by peer review for publication has to be made open access as soon as possible, and in any event within 6 months of publication. And IndiaAlliance very generously bears the reimbursement, bears the open access charges over and above the fellowship funds that has been approved by the committee. We have a question from Vinny.
So my question is, how legal are the preprints when it comes to publishing? Can a journal deny me the publication just because I've already put it in a preprint archive?
Okay. Not really. That used to be there. There was a principle called Ingelfinger principle. There was an editor called Mr. Ingelfinger, Dr. Ingelfinger, who was editor of New England Journal of Medicine. He told that if anybody has made available the knowledge that he is presenting in a paper ahead of sending it to the journal as a news report or to a press conference or even in his own company newspaper or a university newspaper and all, he will not accept that paper. So it was called the Ingelfinger rule, particularly in medical journals. But of late, especially after the physicists started doing this archive, and now bioarchive for biologists and REPEC for economics and so on, I think it is slowly vanishing in all fields. So nobody will, not nobody, I mean almost any journal, almost, we can send papers and they will accept. And there will be very rarely, they may say, they may not accept, very rarely. So you can place your paper in a preprint archive and submit it to a journal later on.
So there's 2 benefits to open access via archives. So one is, of course, the access, and the second, which hasn't been touched upon, is the tremendous increase in the speed of science. and the rate of the feedback one gets. So once one puts a paper out in the archive, the responses, there are people who start working on things that they read with you. So what the journals do is they actually hold papers hostage in time. It's not just the money. That's one point. But I have to correct you, sir. You said that you're allowed to place in the archive the post-review modified paper. That is actually not permitted by many journals even today. They're happy to post a version of yours prior to submission, but you cannot modify based on peer review comments of a particular journal, incorporate that. In certain journals, as of today, that is not permitted.
In most journals, what are called postprints. Postprints are the ones.
But not all. Not all journals.
Okay. So I stand corrected. Most journals do that. Okay.
Unfortunately, the society or the scientific society is moving to from publish or perish to publish and perish. A very bad system, because it is enormous pressure to publish rubbish. Okay, so that is creating a lot of even if you said PubMed, it is very difficult to find the right article you really want, because the number of junk is enormous. So because of the pressure to publish, the number of junk is going up and up. So that is, so in fact, can we do something to discourage publication?
Okay. So the point of publish and perish, published or perish, that has led to a very bad consequence for India. There is a publisher, I won't name, in Hyderabad, who publishes close to 1,000 journals. Not one of them indexed either in Web of Science or in Scopus. 1,000 journals, and also more than a few thousand conferences every year, and charging huge fees for participants. Because UGC wants all of you to list the API. I attended 3 conferences, I wrote 10 papers, and so on. So this is what we have done. So this is government-supported anti-science activity or immoral, unethical activity. So, I mean, we shouldn't be party to that. So this is what is happening now. There may be many other publishers. I'm quoting one example because the numbers are very large, 1,000 journals and several thousand conferences. It's a huge number. There are others doing 10, 15. There are chota players, minor players. So this is a huge player. And in fact, FTC, the Federal Trade Commission in USA, have sued this company for the past 2 years ago, but nothing is happening. The case is still on. On top of it, this company bought a company registered in Canada, and that company is now here. And when this company wanted to start some new activity of translating English language journals into Indian languages, one state chief minister and a central minister were present in that meeting. The photographs were flashed in newspapers in India. I felt so bad on that day. But what can individuals do? So this is what is up. We are all responsible for that. The academic community is responsible. Without us, we cannot survive. It is the academic community which gives him the scope to run such journals, to run such conferences. So, Professor Mehta.
My comment here, I actually have like a question and a comment together. So I'm from the medical fraternity, and there's a certain resistance to open access by the MCI, and one of the requirements for promotions in medical colleges is that you have to have your papers in print journals. So when they come for an inspection, the inspectors look at your papers and say, is this in open access or is this in print?
Yeah.
And then, it could affect our promotions, and it's kind of a serious issue for us who are involved, like, for example, with IndiaAlliance, who requires open access and other things. So what would your suggestion to address the situation be?
Does MCA clearly say that if you publish in open access journals, you will be penalized?
It doesn't say you'll be penalized, but if you have to be promoted, you have to have 2 papers in print journals, the printed journals.
Printed journals?
Yes, you cannot have them in open access.
Yeah, I have written about it in one of my articles in, I do not remember now, I think it is in Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. I have written about this actually. In fact, I do not really consider publishing in journals as the best alternative for people who want to make their work open. I would rather go for the green access, which is make papers available through the repository route first. And that's my preference. And wherever possible, I mean, that should what we should do. And we should fight with MCI. We should clearly tell them this is not the way to do. And actually, I have the support of the editors of the IGME, like Sanjay Pai and Sunil Pandya and others. So when I wrote this article, I think Professor Tandon, our neuroscientist, so they are quite supportive of that article. And we should take it up with the MCI. If they don't change, I think we should fight with them.
Yeah. The MCI has dissolved. It's going to move into the NMC, but till the NMC takes over, it still exists. And it's likely that the policies just shift over, and the change to happen will take time. And then we are all in that phase of transition. And it does affect our careers to a large extent. So, I mean, you know, at least when the NMC makes new policies, if there are people here who can influence those policies, I mean, I think that would be fantastic.
We have time for 1 or 2 more questions. Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment about how seriously fields outside biology, basic biology, life sciences, biomed take preprints. And so that's the example of one of the biggest breakthroughs in mathematics in the last 20, 30 years, which is the proof of the Poincaré conjecture by Perelman, an eccentric Russian mathematician. That still remains a preprint, but Perelman, on the strength of that preprint, was awarded both the Fields Medal, which is like the Nobel Prize in mathematics, as well as $1 million by the Clay Foundation. So if you want to get a Nobel Prize and $1 million, preprints is probably the way to go. Might be one conclusion of that particular.
We had a comment there at the back.
So you had touched upon scientometrics, and you also touched upon DORA. So many of us believe that using impact factors to project the success of your research is rubbish. But whenever I give that comment to many of my colleagues, the question that comes back is, what else can we use? So the answer to that is, read the abstract, read the paper, fine. But then the counter to that is, what about when there are large numbers? We're talking about the whole institute. So is there any work in scientometrics to replace the impact factor?
No, as I said, evaluation of individual papers and single individuals, etc., is a tricky thing, for which you have to necessarily follow these things. So what many universities in the West follow is request the individual to submit the 5 papers that he or she considers the best, and then based on that, they do this evaluation, which I think is a fair enough system. And also they go by a large number of reviewers. So for example, take for example NCBS in Bangalore or IISc, the 2 institutions about which I know. They get more than close to 10 or even more references for a candidate before he or she is appointed. So they go by references from persons who know this individual personally about his work, the quality of the work and so on, which is a good system. But when I say you can use this citation analysis, impact factor, etc., when you compare large quantum of data. Recently I did some work comparing the relative performance of China and India. And we found out that apart from the large difference in the total number of papers published, either as a whole or as individual branches, physics, chemistry, biology, or even sub-branches like organic chemistry, physical chemistry, and all the differences apart, we found that in terms of citations, they outweigh us. In terms of the top 1 percentile of the highest cited papers, they do better. In terms of the top 10 percentile of highest cited papers, they outdo us. So I think there must be something. If in every parameter, if this is reflected, I think I should not neglect that. I should go by that. Okay? So this is my view. So, and many people, I mean, I'm not the only one in the world. I'm a small fry. There are large number of people are using that for much more important decision making around the world. Be it in Europe, be it in North America, they are using that. So it is not because nothing better is available, because this itself is inherently decent indicator. So when you say, I am using this because nothing better is available, that lowers its value. I am saying it's inherently good for some cases. Yeah. Oh, okay, they are linked together. The journal impact factor is based on the total number of citations of each article. So let us say there are 100 articles. Over a period of 2 years, all the citations, the 100 articles accumulate, and divided by this number of articles, the total number of citations divided by the number of articles, that is the impact factor for that journal. An impact factor is for the journal, not for an individual, not for an institution. So this confusion is a number of people kind of, in English class, they taught me transferred epithet. So they transfer this, from individual paper to individual scientist to individual institution. I mean, that mistake we should do. Let us not go deep into that. I mean, that's not very important now. All I want is we should jump into open access as soon as we can. And we should not wait for incremental advances. We should be wholesale, and we should work together with the librarians. We should work with the funding agencies and the regulatory agencies. The regulatory agencies should formulate their principles and policies to accommodate this. The funding agencies should provide funding to support this. And for example, if I say everyone should place the paper in a repository, and there should be a central repository, I mean, somebody should pay some money to the person who manages it to set up the repository and so on. The peanuts, not a big money, but still somebody has to come forward to do that. So then once you provide the support, then they will do that.
Thank you very much, Professor Arunachalam, for being here today. And if you all have other questions, I'm sure he's around to take that later. We'll move on to the next session now.
So the next conversation is with the very versatile Dr. Mohan Agashe. The conversation is on mental health through the lens of Indian cinema. To lead this conversation, may I invite Ms. Subhra Priyadarshini, who is an award-winning science journalist and currently the editor of Nature India. She's been a correspondent with major Indian dailies like the Times of India, the Indian Express, the Asian Age, the Telegraph, and the news agency Press Trust of India. And she's been an inspiration to many interested in careers in science communication. Over to you, Shubhra.
Thank you, Madan. Please welcome Dr. Mohan Agashe. Dr. Agashe, thespian, Padma Shri. Dr. Agashe is a film actor, a trained psychiatrist, and now a roving educator, if you will, on many issues, including mental health. He's been instrumental in setting up the Maharashtra Institute of Mental Health in Pune. he has an enviable list of students across the world with flourishing careers as psychiatrists. He's been an advisor to the Maharashtra government on mental health, education, and service. And of course, we all know about his glorious stint as the Director General of the Film and Television Institute of India in Pune in not-so-newsier times, 1997. Was it as newsy as it is today? FTII? It was still in news when you were around?
Yeah, it was.
It was, okay.
It's always in news.
Yeah, always in news. Okay. So let me begin by thanking you for having this conversation with me, first of all. And like we sort of had a pre-conversation before this, and we were talking about the connect between our trades and professions and how one thing has led to the other for both of us, and how we have chosen careers that were finally our calling. We didn't begin with careers that we laid out for ourselves by way of training. So yeah, so that's one thing I'd pick you on as we start conversing more. And the food for thought by way of his recent works, one of them is the great theatre production, which is called the Zara Samjhun Gya. Did I pronounce that right? It's a Marathi play, which is about the quintessential dilemmas of doctors practicing modern medicine in a challenging medico-legal environment in India that is right now. So, and of course the other national award-winning Kasav about depression, and Astu that deals with aging and dementia. Of course, we've seen him in so many films and have appreciated her work in more than 75 films. Is that right?
I didn't count.
You didn't count. Okay, that's what your profile says. So I think
anyway, we decided to introduce in different way. There's been a lot of talk going on and a lot of PPTs and everything. So my introduction is going to be audio-visual.
Yes.
Right.
So let's
just
have
what brings us together is both of us are sort of outcast, from our respective professions. I'm not into popular cinema, and the films I have supported find it difficult to distribute and get the viewers. So I really have to go not from house to house, but from group to group to show the film and talk about it. And she also sort of paved the way through popular journalism to nature, after having worked in print media. And I'm, of course, scared of her because I can't write well. I'm sort of dyslexic, which I could not announce till recently, because in our times, dyslexia was not respected. Now it is honor to be dyslexic. So now it has some status symbol. So one of the reasons I sat in the library is not to read, but closely observe and understand who understands by reading. And then later not make friends with him, but initiate dialogue, provoke him, so that he vomits whatever he has read. That was my method of studying, actually, right? And so I will go, since I brought a clip.
Please welcome the well-known actor, thinker, psychiatrist.
We get all kinds of people, but basically severely disturbed patients like schizophrenia, manic depressive psychosis.
And Padma Shri. Mohan Agashi.
Namaskar.
That's it.
That last one was crazy. What was that? You were dancing.
Oh, that was I did one mainstream cinema called Trimurti. And I'm very happy that that was the first major flop of Subhash Ghai. So that was my way of proving how villains are stronger than heroes. There were three heroes, Shah Rukh Khan, Jake Shroff, and Anil Kapoor, but the villain was very strong. So the film flopped.
All right. So I think we'll begin by opening the conversation about Indian cinema and the portrayal of, among other things, mental health issues in cinema. What do you think about how we portray? Do we scrape the surface? Do we go in? What exactly is happening in Indian cinema?
So
apart from the Shah Rukh Khan starrer that we saw about, he was playing a psychiatrist. What was the name of the movie? I forget. What was that? Is Zindagi, Dear Zindagi. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, okay. I've seen that, yeah. Okay. See, one of the major problems that worried me, I'm close to projecting mental health in cinemas, is of late, especially after the revolution of digital media, I realized one thing, and which is very important for us to notice. See, the print media, your media, preceded digital media by 300 years. Right? And so, it percolated deep into education system. And so, reading and writing became mandatory for all of us, whatever we do in life, whether you are researcher, non-researcher, practitioner, whatever it is. And we study it for 15 years at least, from before going to school till the end of college. We read and write. So entire focus of formal education has been the left hemisphere of brain. Thinking, logic, reasoning, and everything. So it has taught us to think and analyze. But unfortunately, it hasn't taught us to observe, understand, and accept, which is very important in mental health. And with digital media now, everybody is using image and sound without learning anything about it. As you know, this small instrument, there is more abuse and overuse than use. These days, we don't even see with our own eyes anything. If you see and everybody comes and says, may I take a photo or selfie, which is bad. So I thought it was very important to project mental health through image and sound because it really connects much better than a lecture. It's a very strong medium, and the filmmaker I worked with was a social scientist. And she turned to filmmaking because she was doing research on women, urban slum, and their identity problems, graduate of Tata Institute. And at the end of it, she ran into problem because none of these women could read or write. But all of these women saw films. And so she thought, why not make a film? Because that is more influential. And her experience of first film and the animated debate it generated made her become a filmmaker and learn this new language of image and sound. And to prove my point, I'm going to show you only a 1 minute film. Why? Because the point it makes in less than 1 minute, this film is from the Ability Foundation's competition of 60 seconds to fame. And the subject was inclusive society. So you had to make a statement within 60 seconds to communicate your message effectively. So I'm going to show you that film 1663 to make my point, because my time is very short. I would have loved to show you a film, such a beautiful auditorium. Regular Habitat Film Festival happens here, and you can see quality films, but we can see 1 minute film. Can we have these lights so that you...
ஏப்பா அவனை பார்த்தா உனக்கு பாவமா இல்லை? எல்லாம் நமக்கு தான் தெரியும். ஏப்பா ஒரு நாளைக்கு 200 ரூபா சம்பாதிப்பியா? அதில் 1 ரூபா போட்டு நான் குறைஞ்சா போயிடுவேன்.
ஐயோ சேஞ்ச் இல்லையே சார்.
அதை அந்த கடையில் வாங்கிட்டு வா.
I think a lecture on disability doesn't convey as effectively as this film does about attitudes. And films are very important for attitudes. One thing for effective learning, you need 2 things, interest and ability. Interest and intellect. So their interest is like an ovum, and intellectual programming are like sperms. And learning is the child of interest and intellect. The function of good literature, good film, good theater is to bring the ovum of interest into ovulation phase, so that the child of learning is born. And once it is born, you don't have to do anything because it grows on its own. And this proof also I have why I use films. The idea of making film is to motivate, generate interest. Interest is in the domain of emotion, which is in the domain of subconscious and unconscious. And intellect is in the domain of cognitive brain. So to meet them together, if you may be very intelligent, but if you are not interested, no learning is going to take place. But if you are tremendously interested, even if you are intellectually challenged, you are still going to learn something. And so that is the reason why I resorted to film, besides my own personal reasons of being intellectually challenged. But then I found that is the way of effective learning. And in both these films which I did with Sumitra Bhave, it highlights the point that how empathy is essential in management of a case and not only intellect. Because scientists really contribute a lot. But if it doesn't come together, if IQ and EQ don't function together, there could be problems. In the end, I will show you one clip of scientific advances, technological advances. But before that, I must ask you, how did you give up your media and what is happening in your media? What is happening in medicine, I'm really worried. That's the reason I'm doing this play, written also by a doctor, because the doctor-patient relationship, which once was based on care, compassion, and trust, gradually has become prosecutor-defendant through buyer-seller. So what has caused this? And how the profession has been hijacked by corporates, insurance companies, government, pharmas, and not only medical profession. I'm worried because this has happened in field of education and also entertainment. None of these professions today are dominated by professionals. They're dominated by business people. They dictate how the profession should work. That is my major concern in doing this play, and I think it's very serious the way it happens, particularly in India today, because in India, unlike West, there is actually physical violence. The destruction of the hospital material, beating of doctors, and the understanding between the two, humanity in medicine, is as important. All technological innovations cannot substitute humanity in medicine. Otherwise, that's so something like that must have brought you because your media. Because once upon a time, we had very clear conditioning that news is real and film is fiction. Now it's exactly opposite. News is far more fictional and entertaining
we had a pact
than art
before
cinema.
this, right? We had a pact before coming to the stage. We won't say bad things about each other. But yeah, I totally agree to what you're saying. And things like, what drove you from psychiatry into coming to theater and acting is very similar to what drove me from mainstream journalism into science journalism, because commerce obviously governs a lot of things in the media landscape today. Not just commerce, there's political interests, there's commercial interests, there's what have you. You have so many other things that govern how a news would end up being in a newspaper or a broadcast house. So for me, the choice for giving up political and film and sports journalism was primarily driven by the fact that science journalism was way more impactful. The connect with society is greater, I thought, and I'm in the last 2 decades of doing science journalism, I've found that not very far from the truth, because every other day you have a story that can make an impact, and it's almost always a positive story. It's almost always a positive narrative, something that you're unraveling, something interesting that you're bringing out from the labs to the masses. And so for me, I think it's very much the same reasons for creating that space for something that is untold or uncharted in popular imagination and popular narrative. I think the story is...
See, sensitivity and sensationalism is the major problem. See, unfortunately, formal education does not, these days, provoke sensitivity, promotes intelligence. And the media, general media, provokes sensationalism. The idea of making this film is to give authentic information, but through a story. The major problem of mainstream cinema is, as I told you, print media came 300, film came 100 years ago, and it came primarily for entertainment. So many of us, in fact, very intelligent and educated people, many times tell me, oh, when I go to film, I leave my brain home. मैं दिमाग घर पे छोड़ के जाता हूँ फिल्म देखने को. So the attitude is, we go to films as an emotional laxative, which it is not, if at all. Because through any film, like any event in life, you are given passive information through film. And the effect of passive information can be far more negative than passive smoking, because they give rise to stigma. And one of our main issues is how to fight stigma. And the genesis of stigma is because in order to make film entertaining, they compromise the authenticity of information. And so the way mental health or professionals are depicted in any film, not only doctors or psychiatrists, even the police, the politicians, generally, the way they are projected are more of caricatures than real people. and that is compromised. It's almost like your mother offering you yesterday's food. And because you should eat it without complaint, putting a lot of masala into it and make it a nice, tasty food. So mainstream cinema is almost like a junk food. And if you eat junk food, well, you are left with no choice, but eventually go to a doctor and go on a diet. So these days I've changed my profession. From a doctor, I become a nutritionist. I prescribe cinematic diet to improve your mental health. Right? And like you go to any, this has to be done. Or depending on the program, I'm in a scientific community. So I say the intellectual software works on motivational platform. And I'm for health sector, I do surgery of education under anesthesia of entertainment. So you can choose whatever way you like it. Scientists of late, medical scientists, those who want to extend the lifespan. I'll give you a small story and my time will end probably. So I'm not going to talk much unless you want me to talk by your questions. About health situation, what is happening in the research and what is happening in health. When I landed at USA some 10 years ago at Liberty International Airport, as I was coming out, I saw a big hoarding. And he said, when this airport was built, the lifespan was 62 years. Today it is 87 years. Please insure yourself. I went home to my brother's house. I saw 3 big hoardings. Every 3rd child born today will live 100 years. Please insure yourself. Insure more. I reached Washington and the front page news, very soon the human lifespan will be 150 years. Why? 7 ways to defy death. So, my question to medical community, with what lifespan are we going to be happy? 150, 200, 250, 300. There's an old story of Amrut Manthan. Lifespan is elongated, but unfortunately only at one end. That's my major concern. Quality of life. My intention in doing this is to make you think about stigma, which has been put on 2 words, death and old. Nobody likes to be called old. And no doctor allows you to die peacefully. This is a fact when you go to all this here. And so I think I'm trying desperately to change the orientation to give respect and come back to cultural values, ancient, which have come after hard life, that conscious acceptance of old age is unconscious acceptance of death as a natural consequence of life. After all, life is sexually transmitted fatal illness. to be prepared for it.
I don't want to take away from that wonderful thought, but I think I'll steer the conversation a little bit towards public engagement of research and science, what both of us are talking about, and why it is important.
That is far more important. I'll tell you why. Because I'm also a bit worried about research communities are getting so specialized that the way they do research and talk is best understood only by research community. Then they present their papers in a language which ordinary people don't understand. Then they present it in conferences, publish in journals, which go into cupboards, and only when one wants it for reference, one refers. So the communication between what is important for community, the research is primarily done for improve the quality of life of the community, in every field actually. So if there is no effective communication between the research community and community at large, and there is no other medium like audiovisual medium which you can use desperately, and that is why I think it's mandatory also to learn this language of image and sound, how it functions, so that we can effectively communicate, particularly in our country where there's still huge population which can't read and write effectively. And so we can use this medium more positively between the research community and community. And one of the main objectives of doing these films is because I show these films and initiate public dialogue about health and the concept. So I think there is no other better medium to make. But while film, what is good about film, what should be a good film, is as long as you see it, you don't get time to think. But the moment it finishes, you can't help yourself but think about it. So my idea of a good film is where the screening finishes, thought begins, and you can't leave it. You want to discuss it. And the bad film is 15 minutes, half an hour, the film begins, you start thinking of what you have to do after the film. With those simple things, I think we should look at this medium far more effectively as a wonderful adjuvant to research, to public engagement, to self-growth, and effective communication between two people.
Right. So, and we also know that researchers almost always rely on publications in peer-reviewed journals for communicating their science or research. But there are, as you know, it's much harder to publish unverified results. But we have heard from the earlier panel about how researchers are using even preprints to get that across. There's a way to publish unsuccessful trials or evaluations now. And so I think public engagement doesn't just end with popular medium like films or a news report, but also in databases that are publicly available. And one of the databases that is celebrated across the world in mental health is the Mental Health Innovation Network, especially for researchers who are developing solutions to local problems, and those can be adapted elsewhere as well. So I think that's a takeaway. How do you see the community, the actors community, grappling with issues of mental health? Do you have a whole lot of issues there? I'm sure you want to mention some of them.
It's a very paradoxical situation. See, on one hand, acting and theater can be therapy to many others, but to the own community, there is a high percentage of psychological morbidity in actors and creative people. And one of the reasons for that is because they become creative because they are abnormal. The perception of things, and scientists also. Because unless you think and perceive things differently. That's another reason why I took psychiatry, because normal people don't interest me at all. They are not interesting at all. I get along better with those who are little not normal. So the idea is not to necessarily treat them, but is to protect them from so-called normal people. Actually, one of the major problems in psychiatry, people think he's a doctor of mad. Actually, we are not. The mad persons don't need doctor. They have already found a solution. Is there relatives and other people who bring these people, and they wait so long that the other person has to be brought tied by 5, 6 people, and they bring him to you and say, please, treat him. And say, what happened? And as you take the history, you know that they have been so tolerant, they have noticed something is wrong, but they wouldn't bring him. And then you ask them, why did you bring him today? They say, oh, now we can't manage him. So I said, okay, then treat him so that we feel better. I said, if you want to feel better, I will treat you. Why should I treat him? This is an important part of communication to go on that people. We are on the same scale. Thresholds are different, some people. And high respect for scientists and artists, because I am closer to them and my job is to protect you people. I'm trying to do it as far as possible. And informal education, if we don't now pay attention to EQ, which is being talked about a lot now, but still there are no active steps taken out, especially in IT sector and scientific sector. Students with very high IQ in medical school are facing a lot of problems of mental health. Because the major problem in mental health are minor problems, like anxieties, depression, transient situational problems, matters of relationships and everything. What is portrayed in the popular film is not even 1% of the mental health problem. And the idea is to take it across the public to film media is that. And that is why this film about depression. Because many times you don't even know that people, you don't know, even other people don't know that you are depressed and you are anxious. Because there is no awareness about how to identify it, how to know it within yourself. Astu, when I was shown, it was invited to many festivals. It was invited to major universities in India as well as abroad, from Niemann's to Harvard University. What was surprising is even educated people came and talked to Sumitra and me, saying, we wish we had seen this film earlier. We would have behaved differently with our elders. This is the status of average health education in the country. So I don't think there is a better tool than this tool if we know exactly how to use it. It's a double-edged weapon. So it's like a knife, which in itself is not bad. You can stab a person, or you can cut an apple, or you can do a surgery. The idea is the attitude behind, mind behind, and if that we can affect, and this is the only medium to affect that, because it's through senses, not sensibility.
I think it's true for most professions today, journalism being one of them, where most people would argue that it's a debilitating profession if the mental health issues are concerned. We have really cranky newsrooms, and people suffer from a lot of issues in those newsrooms. It's just very recently we've started acknowledging the fact that post-traumatic stress disorder is actually a thing in the profession, and the fact that it needs to be addressed. And certainly in India, I don't see most editorial policy aligned towards how we can address this issue among journalists who face such traumatic experiences throughout their professional lives. They go out and cover wars. They go out and cover lot of things that could be affecting their mental health on a daily basis. And so I think there is need, of course, for guidelines, and we have all heard about the case of women in journalism recently with the Me Too thing, where there's an additional burden on women journalists who have to face that kind of harassment as well. So work-related harassment in the profession, from where I come from, is and mental health issues are immense. I think we'll, in the interest of time, we'll just quickly see the film. And how many? It's 5 minutes? Okay. We can see a couple of minutes, and we'll open the floor for questions after that.
I'm going to show you a 4-minute film. Because I can't show my feature film. The feature film is 2 hours. No, it's another interesting thing, why you make feature films and why you make short films also. It's because you can teach the same subject in primary school, middle school, high school, and you can take it for PhD also. So each time language of communication changes depending on your growth. Right? So I've chosen a 4-minute film, and it can be used in different circumstances. I can tell you which circumstances. Let's see the film first. And film should be seen like a film. It's not Indian, but good film.
Τι είναι αυτό? Ένα σφουρίδι. Τι είναι αυτό? Μόλις τώρα στο παπατέρα, σπουργίτη είναι. Τι είναι αυτό? Ένα σπουργίτη είναι, πατέρα. Ένα σπουργίτη. Σπου-γι-τι! Τι είναι αυτό? Γιατί το κάνεις αυτό το πράγμα, μπορείς να μου πεις? Τόσες φορές σου είπα, είναι ένα σπουργίτη. Δεν το καταλαβαίνεις. Πού πας? Δυνατά. Σήμερα ο μικρός μου γιος που πριν λίγες μέρες έκλεισε τα 3 καθόταν μαζί μου έξω στο πάρκο όταν ένας σπουργίτη ήρθε και κάθισε απέναντί μας. Ο γιος μου με ρώτησε 21 φορές τι ήταν αυτό και του απάντησα και τις 21 φορές ότι ήταν ένα σπουργίτη. Τον αγκάλιασα τρυφερά και τις 21 φορές που μου έκανε την ίδια ερώτηση, ξανά και ξανά, χωρίς να εκνευριστώ, νιώθοντας στοργή για το αθώο μου αγοράκι.
Use it even for normal relations or for dementia, where caregivers and everything. But the good thing about audiovisual, and many times you don't notice it, if you notice this film, when film begins, it begins with stones, an iron door, and everything rough in life, and it ends all green with reason. So how images are used also. So many times in films actually you should take out a clip and see how they affect you. All the educated people also worried about ad films because in half a minute they can influence children and women to purchase things which they don't need. That's the effectiveness of this medium. So I'm glad happy to show.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great lesson in film appreciation, and we'll certainly dissect our films henceforth, minute by minute, in parts that influenced us. Open for questions? Yes.
Okay. So actually, my question is more towards the message in the last film. I've been a caregiver for an Alzheimer's. My grandfather had Alzheimer's. And although I was quite young. So, it affects the caregiver person as well. And I've seen my grandmother go through it. How do you, do you look at the mental health of the caregiver as well? Because it's very difficult for the caregiver to see somebody and be able to orient. I know that you feel that it is, not every relative understands, that's true. But when your loved one suffers, or you think they're suffering, maybe they're not actually. So the caregiver who sees reality in a different way suffers quite a bit. I guess how do you help, or how do you assess that, or what can be there for them?
Just to add to that, I think we had a great commercially successful film in Piku, where this aspect of caregiving was also highlighted very well. So yeah.
Astu also, you can go on Amazon Prime. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you could get to, that's something which I couldn't show.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
That exactly deals from multifaceted angle, the caregiver problem and the patient problem, and what is acceptance and what is question. The point which I was trying to make, that how, because they are just juxtaposed two women. one so-called uneducated. And he comes, when he arrives, that demented person there, from the talk, she doesn't like it at all because she has so many mouths to feed and one more mouth. So she says, why did you bring him here? Better give it to the police. Right? But from his way, she thinks, oh my God, he's an educated man and probably he may be God. But the next moment she realizes he may be God, but he's behaving as a child. But it poses no problem for her to give him the respect to be like you give to your parents, but treat him like a child in the same time. This problem comes to a person who thinks a lot, not sensitive enough, right? So, because you do the same thing for children, you don't get mad. With the old people, you get mad. But there, it is instead of telling, through various situations, you come to know what is the situation of a caregiver and what best can be done.
Do you think a lot?
Anyway, for those interested, you can go on Amazon Prime and look for So Be It.
Astu is the name of the film. Archita.
My question is about EQ and IQ that you mentioned earlier. Now, as you mentioned, like 300 years of print media helped develop IQ quite a lot. In contrast, today we have abundance of audiovisual content, in fact. So how do you control, and once you have an abundance of audiovisual content, people tend to get addicted to it and ignore the IQ part. So how do you control the quality and quantity of audiovisual content so that the IQ part is not ignored?
The whole idea of control is bad, first of all. Yeah. I think it's a Charlie Chaplin who said, you need power only when you want to do something bad. Otherwise, most of the things can be done with love. Here, the education is the only way. I'll tell you why. And your problem is very genuine, which all of us see, because today, what has happened is, because of the possibility to expand virtual space and virtual time, there is a complete discordant. You are together in the same space and time, but you are not in the same space and time, unlike earlier times. So this is a problem. But if you try to control it, it will bounce back. The other way is flooding. Let them do it more and more till they realize themselves. And also because if you don't know what is used, again, as I said, we are not using, very soon there will be early dementia cases because we are not relying on our own memory. We have outsourced our memory to our mobile, which is a fact. You go anywhere, anything. Any place you go, people are moving with camera and taking photographs all the time. So you are not using your memory at all, using this. But this has to be told depending on the age again and facility. Right at the beginning, till it is novel, you can't do anything. But once the novelty is over, then there are very things.
I think one more thing that you
Or
could probably...
if scientists say, we may be evolving into a new species, which is quite possible. Because we are human beings, we are becoming ancient and outdated. Probably we are evolving into new species where we don't need all the things which your earlier things.
New species with selfie-titis. Yeah. And no, I think to her question, you were referring earlier to nutrition. Which is by which I think you meant quality
I refer
over
to my
quantity.
film as nutritious films. the young. I'm into nutritious film, so you can tell there are good things also with that. There are many good things. Like yesterday's presentation was how you can monitor medication or treatment monitoring. So using it for a proper cause is good. See, even in school center, they teach you to read and write. But what to read and write is your choice. No? And that brings us into a very different area, which we can't discuss now, has to do with value education. And that is very important because what has changed, earlier we didn't go to school till 6 years. That's the early part of, it's called formative years. Formative years, we played games. All those games promote sensory development. Today, we spend 25,000 rupees and put our name into sensory awareness workshop after growing up, which was earlier free without going to school. Because in any way, in human beings, intelligence is the last thing to develop. Verbal, cognitive intelligence. The sensitivity develops first, actually. So, if you just indirectly guide them, not ordering them, show them some interesting things which can be done with mobiles or audiovisual. A lot of good young people are doing mobile films, 1 minute, 2 minute film. So if you tell them, encourage them to give them an exercise to make a film, probably that's a good way of channelizing the vision.
I think with that brilliant life lesson, we'll wrap this session up. And I'll let Dr. Agashi loose into the audience for more questions and answers. Madan is looking at me from the corner of his eyes. Thank you, Dr. Agashi. Let's give him an ovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agashi, and thank you, Shubhra, for this very interesting conversation. We now have a video message from Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Deputy Director General Programs, WHO, who couldn't be here with us today. What India's health research can do for the world.
Greetings from the World Health Organization in Geneva. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate the Alliance for achieving the milestone of 10 years. So happy birthday. And I think it's a wonderful 10th birthday for this baby that was born between collaboration between the Department of Biotechnology, the Government of India, and the Wellcome Trust. And what it's achieved in these 10 years is certainly quite remarkable. So I would really like to pay tribute to all the people who conceptualized this alliance and have nurtured it through its childhood. Having been head of the ICMR and having been closely involved with both the Department of Biotechnology and the Alliance, I know from first-hand experience the quality of the fellows, as well as the very high-quality scientific outputs that have come from the support that the Alliance has provided. It's also provided lots of opportunities for these young people to launch a career in India or to nurture people who are mid-career, and also opportunities to engage and interact with the best scientists from all over the world. We know that science can only grow and thrive when there is good interactions and good collaboration between people regardless of national boundaries. And I think the opportunities these fellows have had to really be part of this global community have been one of the key factors in its success. So thank you very much for inviting me to say a few words, even though it's by video and not in person. I just want to talk about what research, particularly in the area of health, can do to tackle the problems that are plaguing India and in fact any other country in the world today. We urgently need to accelerate support for the generation of meaningful and relevant research that will inform policy changes. In the biomedical research arena, India has already demonstrated its ability to develop locally relevant innovations, successfully achieving globally leading timelines for diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccine development. WHO pre-qualification is the preeminent global quality assurance for medical and health products. And Indian manufactured health products have long been a key contributor to the pipeline of products, not only for India but for the world. In several cases, WHO has looked to Indian manufacturers to supply high quality products that have enabled access to those most in need, with the good examples being the meningococcal A conjugate vaccine for Africa, the pediatric dispersible artemisinin combination therapies for malaria. And these are just two of the many examples where WHO has confirmed a critical unmet public health need, and India has been able to meet that need, or Indian manufacturers have been able to meet that need through product development at scale. Increasingly, the major limiting factor is the prioritization of the work that's done by innovators and product developers to identify those products which are likely to have the greatest impact and which are feasible for scaling and sustainability. WHO's 13th General Program of Work has made a commitment to advance public health in 3 key areas. The first is achieving universal health coverage for at least 1 billion more people. The second is healthier populations, and this is very much in line with the ambitious 2030 targets of the Sustainable Development Goals. And the third is making people safer through protection against health emergencies and outbreaks. Now, we really look forward to India playing a leadership role in research and innovation that will accelerate both India's and the world's progress in these 3 critical areas. I will come back to the India-led initiative on research for universal health coverage later. But first, let me turn to the Nipah example. The work of national Indian authorities with the Kerala state, with ICMR, with DBT, in partnership with WHO and others to control the recent Nipah virus outbreak demonstrated the possibility of rapid action, but it also demonstrated the major risks that India faces from emerging infectious diseases in the future. WHO's R&D blueprint is working to support Indian health authorities in their research preparedness efforts. It is critical that a broad research agenda is now set and followed to ensure that we have a better understanding of the transmission of Nipah as well as other related zoonotic infections, understand risk behaviors, as well as improve critical surveillance and diagnostic capacities, and evaluate promising therapeutics and vaccines. With Zika's ongoing emergence, India has a critical time window to strengthen its emerging infectious disease research capacity if the country is to detect and control outbreaks rapidly in the future. If WHO has learnt one lesson from previous outbreaks, it is that readiness is entirely dependent on maintaining the sense of urgency in the inter-epidemic period. So I'd like to encourage all of you not to hesitate to contact WHO for support in this area of work. The R&D Blueprint team is ready to provide any support needed, working with our global partners including the Wellcome Trust, DFID, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and many others. However, basic and biomedical research is not enough. We need research on implementation and the effectiveness of services in order to optimize the delivery of diagnostic and care services. Further, improving the health and well-being of people also needs better nutrition services, better living and working conditions, and cleaner air. So collaboration across multiple sectors, especially multiple social sectors, is critical as we move towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We need health systems research to evaluate innovations that are done in multi-sectoral collaboration and analyze how these innovations can be scaled up. Moreover, we need to remove financial barriers that prevent people from accessing better health. We must tackle the questions of equity and ethics, for which economic and policy analysis are important. So more research is clearly needed, but more research must not remain an end in and of itself. Increasing demand for and use of research by decision makers in low and middle income countries is also key. There's a clear gap between the generation and the utilization of research, because the research doesn't often respond to the questions that decision makers want answered, and it's not always made available in a way that's useful to them. Underlying this is the problem of where the research is being done. Very often it's with lead researchers and authors in other countries, especially the global north, removed from the realities and contexts of the countries where it is expected to be used. There's also an issue of how the research is conceived. It rarely considers the views of decision makers and people who are likely to use the findings. So we need some fundamental shifts in the way that research is taught, generated, and used. We must work to generate the conditions that better support interdisciplinary research. When I started my research career over 25 years ago, interdisciplinary fields such as health systems research did not exist as a career option. The learning streams for science, the arts, and commerce were distinct, and students chose in secondary school to go down a particular path to the exclusion of others. The social sciences were very peripheral to our medical training, and this pattern continued throughout the educational experience and also defined how research was taught, practiced, and organized. I've observed that the situation in India is not very different now, and the same is true in many other places, especially other low and middle income countries. So research teaching, funding, and administration need to become more interdisciplinary. The social sciences must come together with the biomedical sciences, which in practice needs a lot of dialogue, patience, and mutual understanding. While the natural sciences bring the virtues of precision, scientific temper, and skepticism, which is very important, but on the other hand, social sciences help us to understand context and complexity and are a humanizing influence on research, which is important in the context of our push for people-centered health systems. Being interdisciplinary also means that we need to look beyond traditional hierarchies of evidence towards a more strategic approach. Instead of asking what is the superior form of evidence, we should ask what methodology is most appropriate for a given question, and be open to apply different methods that tackle different needs of the health system. This also does not mean that we should disregard basic research in both social and natural sciences. Basic research it's the root that nourishes and grows a scientific discipline, whereas interdisciplinary fields like health policy and systems research are the fruit that can be used for real-world change. Creating opportunities for and a culture of interdisciplinary research is not easy and requires educators and funders to create the necessary conditions. Research councils, education boards, and research funders must do more to support interdisciplinary training and programs that tackle real-world problems. We need countries like India to step up and show even more global leadership in health research. Currently, it's still the northern funders, PIs, and authors who are dominant in most forms of health research, though this is changing, has changed over the last 5 to 10 years. It's critical that research leadership needs to come from being much closer to the issues that are being researched. Governments must be empowered to act on their health research strategies and priorities in a way that best serves their people. Some of you may know that WHO is changing the way we work to focus on delivery at country level as part of our 13th General Program of Work. One of our innovations as a part of this transformation process is the country-led initiative on research for universal health coverage. In this model, we are discussing with countries what research they need to tackle to move towards their UHC goals. And all research groups and departments within WHO will respond in coordination to the needs expressed by countries for technical support and capacity building to take forward research on their priority areas. Ultimately, the impetus to address the skew in the global arena of health research must come from countries themselves. The scientific community must also make a point of working more closely with health systems in your own districts and states and at the national level. The leaders of many country health systems, and until recently I was part of one, are too focused on day-to-day tasks of planning and implementation. As scientific leaders, we can try our utmost to engage them, that is the policy makers and the planners, to embed research and learning into all aspects of their decisions. Encourage them to see it as an investment, even if it seems to distract them from the urgent needs they deal with every day. I know that the Alliance has at its core a commitment to interdisciplinary research as well as a striving for perfection and for benchmarks, to attain the benchmarks in scientific excellence. And I think it will do well to expand its scope to promoting more interdisciplinary research, social science research, as well as research in the fields of public health, especially related to epidemiology and population data systems. Once again, I'd like to wish the Alliance a very happy birthday, 10th birthday, with best wishes to you all. And I hope that the journey of the next 10 years is going to be even more exciting and more productive. And as WHO, we are there to partner with you in any way in which we can be useful. Thank you very much.
With that message from Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, we have now come to the end of today's sessions. Thank you very much for staying with us till the end of this long day. We hope to see you all sharp at 9:30 tomorrow morning for the keynote lecture. Let's disperse for lunch. Lunch will be for dinner. For dinner. Dinner will be served at the Jacaranda Hall from 7:30 onwards, where the science images are also displayed. The Stories of Science series images are also displayed. Please enjoy. Thank you.